Good evening. We are calling this this work session to order. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a work session to discuss the WASDA legislative priorities for the 2025 General Assembly. To start our meeting off, we will call for attendance. If you are here, please indicate so by saying present. Director Gregory?
Present.
Director Song?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Director Cook? Director Cook is absent?
No,
No,
he's
he's
on mute.
Oh. He's signed in. Director Cook? Okay. We see him signed in, but since he's not answering right now, if maybe he could tell us he's here later. I don't know if he signed in and walked away. I don't know. And I am present. We will start off our meeting today for legislative priorities. If I could call on Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board. I want to welcome you all to our first work session of the year. Great to see everyone. I hope everyone had a good summer break. As you know, this is done annually, so each board in our school districts decides upon what are the legislative priorities that they want to move ahead with moving forward. And as you know, over the years, we've worked together to determine how we prioritize them, what is happening around the district, what is happening around the state, and unfortunately, the uncertainty that we feel and see in our nation as it relates to funding in particular. And so as you embark upon this work session, please think about those that you've already prioritized in the past, and what are the things that we're going to need to make sure we double down our efforts in the future. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Director Clark, our legislative representative, to begin our work session tonight.
All right, so the beginning point is just to look at what we did in terms of last year. And you'll recall that we did something unique last year in that we basically ran a cooperative proposal with the superintendent state model, which, by the way, did prove, at least in the initial discussions, to be fairly effective because it was a unified voice. Of course, school board directors, by their very nature, get occasionally caught up on a particular need within their district, which is not news. But superintendents are always faced with, until the funding model coming from the state is stable, it's just a question of, where are we applying the plug in the dike that's leaking. Now, I'm going to use special ed as the best example because it's so crystal clear. We both agreed, the board and the superintendent, on the leakage in special ed was especially severe.
Director Cook said that he can't hear us. Sorry.
We'll pause just for a second here to take a look where our sound is.
Ask again. See if he can now. Director Cook, can you hear us?
There we go. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so in special ed, you'll recall one of the huge problems is they put a cap on how many students you could actually seek reimbursement for. Well, of course, that's absurd because federal law says you got to serve them. And so quite obviously, you're left with, if they don't send you the money, what are you supposed to do? And again, that unified approach, the good news is that they did, in fact, finally lift that cap. So we're now actually looking at real numbers according to who we actually have to serve. The bad news is they didn't send the money. So once again, we are faced with, where are the leaks in our budget that continue to restrain us? So not surprisingly, MSOC, while we only specifically, you'll remember we focus specifically on utilities and insurance. The reality is it's much greater than that. Not the least of which, and Superintendent Bell, isn't there staff training that's in MSAC that's a separate thing that we have to deal with also because it's required training?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe Mr. Parango could help us with.
Could you kindly repeat the question? I didn't quite get it.
In MSOC funding, that larger category, one of them is staff training. And I can't remember whether it was in technology or some specialized category. But it exemplified the expectation, you're supposed to be doing it, but they don't send the money. And so, and of course, insurance isn't looking any better this year than it was last year. And utility costs are not looking any better this year. So, and then of course, we talked a little bit about transportation because quite obviously we're a heavy bus-driven district. And just for the sake of illustration, the suggestion we should be changing over to, of course, electric vehicles, but oh, by the way, they didn't send the money. So it remains a concern because none of those are going to go away. And so I would ask, hopefully the board would keep that in mind. These are major drains because we're running a deficit in those specific programs. And until we get that cured, I mean, the big vehicle has always been the prototypical model. And again, just as a gentle reminder, my favorite category is nurses. Because if you don't have a nurse in the building, how do you handle certain things? And I actually was working in a building here in Kent when they were actually asking one of the uncertified staff to literally be giving diabetes shots. And I'm going, that's not right. That just is not right. And the point being, we put much more into nurses to try and, of course, give that greater coverage. And it's not a perfect model, but think about how it gets stretched. You recall with the creation of the redistricting boundary lines, we got much smaller elementaries, but what kind of pressure does that put in terms of staffing for nurses? And how many buildings can they get in and still meet the needs of all those kids? Anyway, so I bring that to you, and then I would ask you to do one other thing. You have this packet, and you will notice if you go to the last page, you've got, I'll just start with amendments 4, 5, and 6, okay? So amendment proposal, budget stability is item number 4. It's on page 33 of your handbook. But the point being, these proposals were already arrived at by a large, stable group of people that represent the boards of directors. So this is work that they did in the summer, and of course it was derived from the funding models and looking at how to target proposals to try and address some of these things. So budget stability, full funding of basic education, transition to kindergarten, right? All-day kindergarten was one of the things that we had talked about in the past. Emergency funding, which of course is always going to ask the question, are you prepared for the whatever is coming? And you won't be able to predict it until it occurs, and then you won't have the money to fix it. So those are the sorts of things that I would urge you to really consider, because first of all, it will already be a basic part of what WASDA is going to try and present to the legislature. And they are basic needs. I mean, it's just as basic as it gets. So I would ask you to at least consider looking at some of those if you have proposals that you want to look at. Now, that being in mind, on the white sheet, you'll notice down at the bottom, 24 final ranked legislative priorities, and then it goes on to the last page, and some of those are things that, you know, this gets, I get like T10, state funding for full breadth of curricular activities. But that would simply go back to full funding of basic education, asking the question, what did the state say you should be doing and didn't send the money? So it's not inappropriate, it's just you might be better off hiding under the shield of the proposed legislative thing. Anyway, having said all that, is there some burning issue that any of you want to bring forward? Well, actually, let me back up here. Superintendent Vela, again, I believe you had your staff look at a list of priorities. What
Yes, we
you guys
did. I think the three that I'll just remind the board that we landed on last year and did, you know, we did get something from that were the three buckets. We call it, you know, fondly known as the three buckets. That would be special education, which every district in the state joined in on this, and many of the associations out there also in that we're not fully funded for special education. Here in the Kent School District, I believe in 24-25, we spent $24.5 million of our general fund just to be able to fund education, special education. So that was a large bucket. The other bucket was transportation, as Director Clark mentioned. I might remind you that there's also I believe a fuel tax, a gas tax that has also been imposed, and we did not receive sufficient funding out of transportation. That was the other bucket. The other bucket was MSOC that Director Clark mentioned, a whole host of things there that have not kept up with inflation, not kept up with insurance, rising insurance costs, among other things. And I'll let Mr. Paragon share some of the other areas that the team came up with as well, including funding formula for students.
Yeah, so as have been presented on June 25th board meeting during the adoption, one of the biggest budget shortfall, I would say underfunding, is on McCleary. You know, so we receive funding based on FTE and we hire our employees. Not only that the dollar amount that they're giving us per FTE is lower than how we pay our employees, but the number of FTE that they're providing us is also lower than the number of FTE that we hire. So if you combine the two of them, it amounts to underfunding of about $65 million in Kent School District. So that's one of them. The other part is the restricted funds. So as you all know, we receive LAP funding. There's a LAP base and there's a LAP high poverty. And those dollars are restricted. Those are earmarked to supplement the basic ed. And if you think about the dollar amount, $14.5 million to about $15 million per year, and you could only supplement, it's just very difficult to supplement when the base is not full. So we're about, if you were to look at the overall underfunding, if you add up all the MSOC, transportation, special education, multilingual education, McCleary altogether, that's about $131 million of budget underfunding in order for us to bring up to par. And to provide a $14 million supplement when you are short by $131 million is just very difficult. What is it to supplement when you're short by $131 million? So.
one question that I had for clarification, I know recently the lid was lifted for the special ed percentage. Were we ever close to even meeting the prior threshold?
No, we're not. I think we were averaging about between 12 to 14%. And so we're not close to it. So in short, even though they removed the lid,
We don't
we're not
benefit.
able to get benefit from
we
it.
don't
We were able
Yeah.
to get benefit on some of the other elements of special education, but not on that particular area.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. So I hope that's helpful, Director Clark, and just summarizing the areas my team continues to focus on, and then you added one which you heard, the flexible categorical spending. Given the uncertainty of our federal funding, we need that flexibility in order to help support what we don't receive in terms of FTE from our state.
Yeah, actually, the, on the proposals from the state committee, you'll notice number 8 was federal funding. And if anybody hasn't been paying attention, quite obviously, the big beautiful bill didn't include education. And the one that is particularly terrifying for me is the threat to Title I, because that's staffing. And if you're a high-poverty district, I mean, that's really serious. And so, I mean, I would ask that you, I don't know, at least keep it in the back of your mind. We have to keep the pressure on in Washington DC. I mean, the cold reality is that things are not stable in DC, and elections still get held. And if you're going to, let's say, get more progressive, educated-minded people into the House of Representatives as a majority, I remind you, all tax and spending bills originate in the House of Representatives under the Constitution. So the fact that you need to keep your face in to that discussion is critical, because I don't know whether it'll happen, but I do know that you need to be prepared. So anyway,
And I just wanted to add for the board that that flexible categorical funding, that is the reasoning. We need
Yeah.
flexible funding so
Agreed.
that we're able to fill the gap when that federal gap comes again.
Actually, I don't know if this is all right, but do you know how many Title I teachers we have in this district?
Oh, FTE, I think we might have that. Mr. Peregrine?
Okay, anyway.
We'll let you know.
All right, so that being stated, our goal here is obviously to simply come up with our list. And,
Can I ask a follow-up question to Andy's question there?
okay,
I was wondering, how much did we leave on the table from that funding? Like what did we, since we didn't identify all of them or what have you, what did we end up losing out on funding for the district by?
I don't believe we lose out on funding, we just don't qualify for for that. We don't qualify students up into the 15, 16% in some districts. And we're well under that. We've been averaging around 12%, I believe, so.
Yeah, we're between 12 to 14%.
Yeah.
And is that, are we believing that we are identifying all students that would qualify for that? Or are we missing students?
I believe we're identifying appropriately those students that should be receiving special education. And we're not disproportionate, we're working to make sure we're not disproportionately identifying students for special education. I think what I'd ask the board to consider is the $24.5 million that we spent above out of general fund, that above what we received from the state, that's 24-25. Keep in mind, the recent year just finished, that continues to climb. So that lid won't help us because we don't meet that threshold. It barely helps any district that is at higher than that cap.
Yeah, because currently the delta between what we're getting versus what we're still filling the gap
That's
in.
right.
So if we took on more students to meet that threshold, we
right.
would still be losing more money.
And if I may put them into context also, larger district tends to be on the average of 10 to 12%. We're actually above the average for a district our size. You typically see 16% or above in a smaller district. And so in our district, typically you would want to see between 10 to 12, but we are about 12 to 14.
Are we able to do research on what we're like if we're not identifying all of the students? Is there some way for us to find out that we aren't, or is it just a matter of we just happen to miss them?
No, I think what we can look at is our referral process. I think it's more important to make sure we have our systems and processes in place in terms of identifying students that are referred, that should be referred to special education. I think that's what we focus our attention on. Yeah.
And is the way that we're doing it, is it research backed? I assume, like we're following along with what the best practices are to make sure that we're identifying all students that would qualify for those funds.
If we're following the special education, if we're following the law and the process of identifying students, yes, we are.
I mean, the law isn't best practice. That's just the law. Are we following best practices? Like, are we making sure that we're following what, the experts and professionals in this field suggest that we should be doing to make sure that we are identifying all students? Because the reason I ask this is because when we went to the last tribal training, when Director Gregory and I were there, the people I was talking to at the time, when I told them the number, which I can't remember at this very moment, but when I told them that roughly what the percentage was of identified tribal students were, and it turned out like they thought that number was wildly low, and that and these were the people that were experts in that field. And so I just am curious: are we missing that identifier in that space too? And it comes back to the tribal students as well, because there's additional funding available if we meet certain thresholds, and we weren't currently at the time. But I'm just wondering how we can make sure that we're identifying all tribal students as well as all students needing supports for disabilities.
I couldn't speak to the tribal schools. I'll have Mr. Pan share a little bit more information about the process we have currently in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a couple things that are in place to help provide feedback to school districts around identification. Part of the compliance process for the state is to look at disproportionalities as well in your identification as well as your service delivery. And so that is one piece of information that is provided, especially if there's anything around specific categories of special education services or anything where you might be disproportionate. So eligibility categories as well as race or gender. So we do look at those trends, and part of that process is to examine whether there are processes to improve. I think the other component is that anyone can refer, right? The referral process is really based on whether parents or staff or anyone can make that referral. And so if there are individuals who are thinking, hey, these are students who have a specific need, they can be, as part of that IEP team or as part of the community, indicate, yes, we think that a referral should be made. We also have obligations on their child find, and I think that's the last portion I'll share here, where we have to share our referral process with a lot of our community. So we share that information publicly out in community spaces as well as with private schools.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pan. I'll add one more, which the board is well aware of, is our MTSS systems, and that is tiered systems of support. I think Director Song is familiar with this, is that if we're implementing those appropriately, then, and providing the interventions we need, and there's not progress being made, that's also part of the full process. So that's one. The other one is that we are implementing, the other way to get better is to be able to also implement evaluation processes on systems. So Mr. Pan mentioned one, that's our consolidated program review, which reviews that, as well as our, this year, we're moving forward with the special education evaluation process, where we'll be evaluating tools and systems and process, as I shared before. That's how you can assure that we are properly identifying those students that qualify for special education.
Can I just provide an update on the number of FTE or full-time equivalent for Title I is about 84 FTE.
So just to be clear about that just because that's our FTE, we might have somebody that's funded at a half of an FTE or a third of an FTE. So the actual number of employees that are impacted by that number is significantly
Significantly
greater.
more than that, yes. There are more head counts than the FTE.
Repeat the number again, please.
84 FTE. And then in terms of head, I don't have the head count here, but it's more than that.
That's fine.
And-
Okay.
And that is just for Title I, correct?
Title I only.
Yeah. Keep in mind, LAP also has FTE in it, and that's why we are recommending flexible categorical spending and funding.
All right, so I'm going to try the reverse process here. And that, is there anything that Superintendent Vela mentioned that you don't support?
Can I just, sorry, before we go on to that, I want to talk a little bit about special education funding and, because one of the proposals is about general ed funding, right? And so, first, let me be very clear, I'm still in support of special education as our number one priority. But I'd like to talk a little bit just to make sure that there's a common understanding and that special education you talked about this, right? We want to make sure that we have the biggest bucket of the things that we're talking about. And by special education, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one, or you can go into more detail, I appreciate this. Because we are short in the amount of dollars that we get for special education funding every year, we pull them from the general ed fund. And so it's not a matter necessarily, maybe our biggest issue is we would like more general ed funding too, but also it's because while this proposal is great and we could fully fund general ed, but if we're not fully funding special ed, we're always going to be short in general ed. Anything you'd like to add on that one?
So the first comment, I'd just like to add that absence of EP&O levy, we will be pulling 100% of that deficit from the basic ed, which is approximately $24 million. But because we have EP&O levy, we use a good portion of EP&O levy to backfill that shortfall, and the amount that is not able to backfill by the EP&O, we take it from the basic ed. So I think the split was, I think it's about 20 million coming from, and this is just approximation, coming from the EP&O and about 4 million coming from the basic ed. And again, that is, out of the generosity of our community to be able to afford that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and why a portion? Why is it split like that? It's because the need for EP&O is about 135 million, and we get $80 million from our community.
Okay?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
So now, what I'm trying to do is build a bigger list and then try and narrow down what you want for your top 5. So I'm not hearing anybody object to the 5 that we got from the superintendent, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I would ask you then to take a look at on the last page of the blue handout, some of the other categories. You'll notice number 10, consolidation proposal funding for early learning, co-curricular.
I think I have something different than you.
Curriculum and.
It's the second to the last page.
Okay, thank you.
It's the first page of the table of contents.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, page 3. I didn't realize
Oh,
it
no,
had.
Nope,
you have a
I don't-
different.
I have a different one.
I'll grab a different. Let me see if I got it. Thank you.
All right, so you can see where there's an overlap with such things as, sports and music and that sort of thing. And then 15, which is supporting mental health and preventing self-harm. I know we all support what we're attempting to do, and we also all know we don't have enough. And so I just say, well, then we probably need to keep that in focus. So just bringing that forward. All right, with that, do you have, outside of the 5 that we've already said should be on the bigger list, things that you want to have us take a look at?
And just for, while the board is looking at, I'll repeat the 5. We'll have them
Yeah.
in case you need it. They are MSOC, special education, transportation, McCleary, which is basic school model funding, so that's really what we're talking about, and then flexible categorical funding model.
This is more of like a request. When it comes to the special ed, so special ed's very broad as to where the money's going. Do we have data or the breakdown as to what part of the special ed services specifically are costing us the most?
There are 2 elements of them. It's the salary and benefits, and contracts
Okay.
And
are the 2.
And if I can, don't leave out, the process requires school psychologists.
Yeah.
And we've never had enough.
So when you say contracts, are you talking about contract fulfillment of like services?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
We have services that we are unable to fulfill with our own staff, and so then we have to hire specialists from outside the district to be able to do it. We call them the agency staff.
Right. I do have a question on I just want to clarify. So one of the consolidation proposals is getting to school safely. But I want to just clarify, this is my understanding from reading all of this, that would be covered under our current transportation of our plan of having a mile, less than a mile, kids walk, and then we're busing more than that, et cetera. And we talked about that at the end of last year, correct?
Yeah. That is already included in our transportation budget, which was discussed earlier, that is also in deficit.
Okay.
Also, and if I can, before I get too far off track here, were there any demands in technology training that we need to, either technology we need to acquire or technology training that we need to specify financial support for?
Technology specifically, I would say just training in general would be what I would put that under. We always, when we implement something, we should always have training for that. Specifically technology, I would say it's the same. If it's a new hardware, we're going to need to be able to install it and also train on it. If there's a new software, we're going to need to train on the new software. Example is Cumulative that we implemented a couple of years ago. So that would require training. So I think it's yes across the board.
Okay, all right.
Director Clark, you said this, I heard it, and then I lost it. Can you repeat your statement about number 15 again?
15?
Yeah.
All right, supporting mental health and preventing self-harm. Now, obviously, every school district has, this conversation goes sideways real quick. I mean, we all face the issue of bullying, and a big concern, quite obviously now, is with the access to more tools, the greater dangers that represents. And so when I think about it, I'm thinking, this is what they're saying. The number of incidents is going to rise, and you're limping right now with what you have. and trying to fill the gap with grants to try and make sure that high needs get at least some attention. But we would be much better off, I would say, if the state made that a categorical required funding. And so I'm just saying I would keep pushing.
Thank you.
Okay.
There was two that I'd like us to just discuss a little bit. First one is, I'm number 6, TK. We know how important early education is. We know that other states have this. And just how we would see that impact to our district in the outcomes of having this. And then the other one I wanted to talk about is number 12, the multilingual learner, specifically in light of federal funding and how this proposal is impacted by decisions at the federal level of where those funds are coming or not coming from.
So I'll start, and then I'll have Mr. Parenqua add to what I leave out. I'll go backwards. The part of the reason we want the flexible categorical funding model is to be able to help support what more than likely will be pulled in Title III, as an example. Title I, as Director Clark mentioned, also is linked to that because that's the largest program funding. And so I'll say that about that. The other is transitional K. If you recall, I know that we purposely stayed out of moving into transitional K because I was not sure how that funding was going to be sustained. And most recently, transitional K was at first cut and then was kept only for those districts that have it at a certain level and there's no further funding. And so probably I see that coming up where that might be cut as well in the future, but that doesn't look good is what I'm saying. The funding doesn't mean we don't put it on priority though. Just want to let the board know that that's part of the what has been happening. So Mr. Parenqua, what to
I
add?
just want to add about the TK conversation that quite often it got missed in the transitional kindergarten funding is the facilities. So you add enrollment, and by the way, the facility requirement for transitional kindergarten is a little bit more specialized. It's not much different, but you just needed a little bit more renovation needed if you have existing facility. But what if you don't have existing facility? And I think what happened is they would provide operating money to operate them throughout the year, but they forgot to give us money for facility. So we need to be able to house them. I think that's what I really would like to say. In regards to the multilingual ed, as we speak right now, our multilingual education funding is short by about $8.8 million. Based on our current implementation and the number of staff that we hire compared to what they fund, we're about $8.8 million underfunded in multilingual education.
And so, I'm sorry, can you just make the next step for me too in this conversation about the MLE? Is the preference to put the weight of WASDA behind that we need to fully fund MLE, or is it just, okay, we know you're not going to fund us, so now we want to be able to pull the funds from other places and have this more flexibility in that? And so can we talk a little bit about that? Because that's what I'm hearing and I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think our desire is to be able for the state to fully fund it because the need is here.
Yep.
We have the need. We have the collective bargaining agreement designed to address the needs of the children, and we do comply with it. We do adhere to the collective bargaining agreement, but in return, the cost of implementing them outpace the money that we're getting. And so our desire is to be able for the state to fully fund them. If what they would do is to make one categorical fund flexible so that we could use them, then we're taking it away from other needs of the district. And so that's not going to be, because there are, like for example, funding is used for specific needs of the school. Yes, they could make it flexible so that we have the ability to design a program, but we don't want to steal, I'm not going to steal, we don't want to take money away from here to address another need that is the responsibility of the state.
Yep, so that's where I go back to when the fifth, sorry, I'll say, with special education, we want, and this is why I started with this, we want to fully fund special education, because when we fully fund special education, then we will have the dollars that we're not having to pull from our basic ed. Same thing with, that's why I question the flexible categorical funding, is, to me, that sounds like, just let us be able to take from these different buckets because you're not fully funding, but shouldn't our focus be on fully funding?
Yes, it should be fully funding, but I think the purpose of making the categorical funds, or LAP in this case, more flexible, is for us to have the ability to design the program that we know very well suits the needs of our children. The problem with when the state prescribe a certain methodology, a certain strategy, they don't always align with the needs of our children. So money comes, and here's are the sets of guidelines that you could use the money for. But if you match them with the need, they don't match. And so we are required to comply with this guideline, but they're not the needs of our children. Or, some of the strategies are not something that our children needed. So they prescribe a certain strategy, a certain use of the money, but our educator, our experts here could actually use that for a different strategy, and sometimes they don't align.
So it almost sounds like two different issues
Yeah,
than really
correct,
what we're
yes.
talking
The
about.
flexibility that we're talking about is within that funding source. And I think what you're saying is, hey, what's listed there is we don't get enough funding to just staff our MLE staffing. So I think those are two different things.
Thank you.
And if I can, I remind you, when you deal with special ed, 7% of our budget is federal dollars. And a portion of that is special ed money. And the problem that we face is we keep getting surprises from Washington DC. And so you can see that having the flexibility in the categorical spending is simply a means to try and handle some of those unexpected shortfalls, because they're not the fault of the state.
I had a couple questions as well, and let me know if I'm misunderstanding some of these. So what comes to mind when I read number 13 and 14 for stabilizing district budgets and revenue for school? Do we have a forecasted plan for what happens as KSD property values increase? And say we're in a perfect world where we're passing our bonds and levies. However, because of the cap on the bonds and levies that's currently in place, Bellevue comes to mind, where they're passing their bonds and levies. However, because of the cap, they still can't keep up with generating enough revenue. Seeing that we're slowly heading towards that direction as property values are increasing in Kent, what are some of the strategic initiatives that you guys are kind of forecasting and working on to mitigate some of that?
So in regards to the cap, I think we need to be careful about asking them to remove the cap, just because by removing the cap, we now have the ability to raise more. Well, that would be a burden to our community, because the community will be paying them. The responsibility of the state shall remain at the state. So what I mean by that is, we could raise, we could pass bond and levy, but let's not forget that the state has a responsibility to provide us money we need it for our facilities and also for our technology. And so I think the danger right there is, if they remove the cap, the state is going to say, well, yeah, then go ahead and raise, which then affects our community.
Okay, no, and that makes sense. I'm asking because as some of these other school districts are having those discussions, I'm just curious how that's gonna position KSD when it comes to us having our voice at the table. And then just the impacts and the collateral impacts they'll have with our neighboring school districts.
If I can, so that stabilizing was submitted by the Tukwila School District, and I remind you, the Tukwila School District is truly unique in terms of its makeup and the special needs they have within the student population that they have. And they're a high poverty property-wise as well. So you end up with the burden on the individual homeowner, makes it, well, well, you have the point.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other thing, looking at some of these initiatives on like mental health and protecting the well-being of students, last year we had a conversation where we looked at the data and the statistics for which population have been requesting the most mental health requests, and that came from the K through 5. And unfortunately, we weren't able to serve that population, even though they had the highest rate of referrals due to lack of availability of space and facility-related issues. And so when we talk about facilities and funding expansions and creating additional, square footage to be able to provide those services, where does that fall in?
So those are capital projects, so, which means that in order for us to be able to increase our capacity or modernize or renovate our existing facility to make it suitable for those needs, we need capital projects money. And again, those are coming from the bonds. And if I may, I think for me, I think rather than removing the cap, is to pressure the state to issue their own bonds and pass them on to us.
Okay, because that's where I was heading with my first question with that, is does that ask fall under any of these proposals? And if so, which one? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, well, I don't have a copy of that.
Oh.
I have not reviewed this part right here yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe it's in there.
Okay.
It's not one of them.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we don't keep trying to do that in other forms.
Yeah, do we
Yeah.
know if any other districts
Yeah.
have also requested that?
Oh, I have not, no.
Hmm.
We've asked many other things, but
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to, did you get your question
Yes,
fully
yes.
answered? Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt. So I just want to reiterate what we're wanting to get out of this session, just looking at our timing right now. I believe we have 12 minutes. And we would like to have a little bit of time to walk between. Is the first thing that we need to do is, since, and please correct me, any directors, if you feel differently, the district has given their 5. We all asked questions, but nobody seemed to indicate that they didn't support those being our top 5. I'm seeing,
No, that was not the objective. I'm trying to create a broader list of which those 5.
I'm getting there, I promise you.
Okay,
I
all right.
promise you. Okay, so we have those 5, and if there, what I'm not hearing from the group is, hey, take this one out, we don't believe in that one. So those 5 remain. Then, what we're looking to do is, we can add on any more additional ones, that we don't have to have just 5. And so then, we need to rank order those, get them on our fancy sheet, and turn that in today.
that's the only outcome for you tonight. Again, you could have 20 on your list, just rank order them, highest to lowest, and then turn them in.
And so just keep going down the list, it says 5, just do 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
how you would like to put that. And so we can have additional ones on there, if you see.
Yeah,
Okay,
That
so
we-
we're not
and
limited to
so-
just the 5?
exactly.
As an example,
correct.
when you, if, I believe that you got a copy of the email, and where we have 6 T7, 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 T10, T10, T12, T12, right? And so those are ones that we've had in the past. Similarly, we can come up with ones that go on beyond, so then we can have those.
Okay.
And just to be clear,
Does
you're
that sound
not,
good?
just to be clear, you're not voting.
No,
You're just turning in a sheet with your priorities.
Right.
All right, so I would like to hear from Director Gregory in
Of
terms
course.
of something that you haven't heard that you would like to look at.
No, I got my questions answered because I wanted to make sure, because I was going through the list and reviewed everything. And then I was like, well, I really believe in transportation. Is it covered under this initiative? Yes. Fully funding, we're short on our fully funding. Like, we need to fully fund, and that's the state's. We shouldn't raise the limits or anything like that. We need to be able to do that from the state, so they should fund that. For me, I'm in agreement with you on the mental health and preventing self-harm. I think that is something that is becoming forefront, and we have people, I mean, there was a school shooting today at the first day of school. So I think it's something that we need to look at to empower our students today so they have those skills in the future, because part of that, I would hope, would address some of those things.
Okay, Director Cook, is there anything outside of what we discussed that you wanted to examine?
No, everything else looks good to me. Thank you.
Okay, well, now we are in a much tighter box. So, well, literally, do you want the list today? So
Yes.
that's what
So-
we should be doing.
So if we could spend the next 7 3/4 minutes on filling this out and then getting them turned in would be great.
Who are we handing them to?
Thank you.
Yep. I'll take them.
Oh,
Yep. Slip this one in here. Director Cook, you can email yours in.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, if you would want to send that specifically to Ms. Curry, that would be great.
No problem.
Thank you.
I am a slow writer, just give me a second. write that there. Sure. Okay.
Did I do it wrong?
She said to add it at the bottom, so I did it that way.
No, like, if you wanted more than five.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. She said to put it at the bottom, I did what she
Okay.
said.
I hope I
I
didn't do it
followed her
wrong.
instructions.
Could you, thank you.
You wanted in top five.
Yeah,
That's
like, I
fine.
assumed-
Okay, it is 5:55, and we are adjourning this work session. We are adjourned for approximately 35 minutes. I'm sorry, we're going to have a 5-minute passing time, and we're going to go into executive session at 6 PM. The purpose of the executive session is to discuss the qualifications of applicants for public employment, performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. We are adjourned, and we will see you back here at 6:30. Good evening. It is now 6:32 and our executive session adjourned at 6:29 PM. Board members in attendance for the executive session were Director Gregory, Director Song, Director Clark, Director Cook, and myself. And we are now calling at 6:32 our regular meeting to order. To start this meeting, we will start with a roll call. If you are here, please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Gregory.
Present.
Director Song.
Present?
Director Clark.
Present.
Director Cook.
Present.
And I am present. Director Clark, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, written comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there's a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to the Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during the final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400, Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in overflow room, there's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We'll allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to the safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. With that, welcome to our first board meeting of our school year. Excited about our first day of school. And we move to item 1.06, Director Song. Will you please read our land acknowledgement?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you very much, Director Song. We now move to item 1.07, the agenda review. Superintendent Vella, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a
Move
motion?
approval of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion made and seconded for the approval of the agenda. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as none, there's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We now move on to our student voice section. Are there any comments?
Yes, President Margell, there are 2 student comment cards and no online comment cards.
Thank you very much. Our first person called up today is Carmen Pothier. And Carmen, if you'll just state your first and last name, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Carmen Pothier, and I am a 7th grade student at Cedar Heights Middle School. I am here to talk about how 5th grade outdoor camp should not be reduced to a one-day hike. I was once a 5th grade student at Grass Lake Elementary School, and that camp year was my favorite memory from my entire time at that school. It merely would not be the same without the being multiple days. 5th graders would not have the same memorable experience without the full camp. Not only would a single hike not be as meaningful, but it would also not bring children as close to nature as a multi-night long stay would. It was amazing to watch all of my classmates deepen their connection to Mother Earth. As we stayed at Camp Osprey and our new batch of 5th graders deserves the same treatment. These children are the next generation, and if they do not form a meaningful connection with our planet, then the future adults will only worsen deforestation and global warming. It is imperative that we ensure that the ensuing cohort of grown-ups will take care of the world. In addition to this, the 5th grade pupils aren't the only ones benefiting from the multiple day experience, but so do the high schoolers who are educating the children. They not only receive important life lessons in a sense of giving back to the community, but moreover opportunities to expand their knowledge and maturity. This valuable experience can give them the chance to do some worthwhile community service that will leave them feeling like a bigger person. On top of all of this, the high schoolers' participation in the camp mentorship can be extremely advantageous to their academic resume. It could even help them get scholarships in the future. And finally, a longer stay brings campers closer together. I remember when I was in the cabin, I made so many new friends, which was my favorite part of the trip. The overnight stay can give kids time to socialize and meet new people. A day hike would not give this nearly similar amount of openings to make new friends, which would not be as enjoyable or memorable. So please, either reprioritize or let schools fund their own resources to ensure that the longer stay remains available. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Our next student speaker is Caleb Pothier.
Hello, my name is Caleb Pothier, and I would like to go to an overnight camp rather than a one-day long hike.
You're doing great, Caleb. We're just putting it down so you can use the microphone a little easier.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Caleb.
Do we have time for him to run out and grab it?
Yeah, we could do it part of the ending if he did want to stay all the way till the end. Okay, we do move on to our next section, which is section 3.0. And for this one, I call Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to invite Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer to conduct this recognition.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Bella, Ms. Curry. Every year I have the opportunity to come up here and speak at our first board meeting of the school year to recognize the amazing feats that our environmental services, maintenance, and facilities staff put in every single summer. It's not like they don't work all year round during the school year, but in the summer, they all come together to tackle the massive lists of work that comes with the summer and a school district when kids and staff are not in those buildings. And so I wanted to read off a handful of things that our environmental services staff, as well as maintenance staff and facility staff, did this summer, just to give people an idea of the amount of time and effort it took to do this work. So as you know, in the summertime, we have 44 schools. When the kids and staff are gone, that is the prime time to be able to do projects, prime time to be able to get things clean, prime time to be able to fix things, all those pieces. So this year, this summer, 175 custodial staff, 34 maintenance staff, and our facilities teams cleaned all 44 schools, 3.6 million square feet of carpet, flooring, walls, sinks, restrooms, trash cans, dusting, all that kind of stuff. washed and sanitized every single table, desk, and chair in every single building. That's a lot. Pressure washed sidewalks and entrances on over 691 acres of school campuses. That's a lot of pressure washing. Clean gutters, hung hundreds of light bulbs, hand-watered plants on various locations around the district that don't have irrigation. Refinished all 12 main gym floors and several auxiliary gym floors. Supported the capital projects team on various team projects around several sites around the district. Looking at our boilers, catching up on all the backlog work orders, checking all the fire alarms, burglar panels, cleaning all of the retention ponds on all of our school properties, mounting whiteboards in buildings and classrooms, painting parking lots, striping at 15 different schools, parking lot lighting changed to LED lights in several campuses, repairing long-term irrigation issues at a half a dozen schools, water leaks, fixing water leaks, replacing damage from water leaks, replacing sump pumps, drains, replacing water heaters, and then working also with our CTE partners on creating those CTE spaces in several of our secondary schools as well. On top of that, the facilities team, led by Gordon Cook, our Director of Facilities, worked to coordinate the large amount of office moves here at central office. So we moved 45 different people or office spaces, reconfiguring furniture, moving furniture, helping staff move from one place to another, coordinating things with the leaders within those spaces, as well as vacations and things like that, just to make sure all this could happen in a respectful and meaningful way for our employees. And also, the last piece, and we heard about this a little bit last year, a lot of work around the lead remediation. And I know we'll learn more about that as the fall goes on. So I just want to say from myself as a deputy superintendent, and one that supports and oversees Dave Buzzard and on operations, specifically environmental services, facilities, and maintenance. Thank you all very much for your time and effort, your blood, sweat, and tears, because I'm sure there were all of those at any given time during that work. Thank you for all you do, so our kids could come to school today, so our staff could come to school today and have a great start to the first day of the school year. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of the work that you and your team do. We can see it when we go out and do all of our school visits, and I know that our students and our families and our communities see that. Thank you.
President Margell, if you'd like, we do have a presentation on 4.01 on outdoor ed. We could have our student have a comment now before that presentation.
That's what I was hoping for. Those
Okay.
seem to go along very well, and we will start per our
Wonderful.
protocol with student voice. So Caleb, if you would like to come back up, we will just have you state your first and last name, and then you'll have your 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Caleb, and I am a fourth grader at Grass Lake. I would like to go to camp because my sister got to, and it sounds really fun. It would be a great learning experience. I would love a real camp more than a one-day hike because I would learn more about nature, and that's important.
Thank you, Caleb. We will now continue on with our 4.01 outdoor education overview for 2025-2026 school year. And again, I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Yes, I think I'd like to go ahead and invite Mr. Rissmiller up to the mic to begin the presentation for us this evening and introduce the rest of our team.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, President Margell, Board Directors, Superintendent Vela, for this opportunity to talk about an update on outdoor education for our fifth grade students. Am I moving the slides, or are you moving the slides? I can move the slides if you want. Do these buttons do it? I got it. Yeah, I'm good. That's all I have to do.
Happy to help.
Yeah, we're good. One thing before I start is I got to be at Crestwood this morning and help and watch the new students, kindergartners, and other students come to school today, and it was a wonderful experience. So I just want to say, go Crestwood staff. They did a wonderful job. So outdoor education, we really have a couple goals here that we're trying to achieve with outdoor education. The first being to take the time to make real, relevant connections for students between what they're doing in their classroom and what they're then going to experience at outdoor school. We want students not only to learn in the classroom, but experience the natural world through curiosity, through exploration, through the application of science skills, skills such as questioning, gathering data, analyzing information, proposing solutions to real-world problems. Those connections between the classroom and the outdoor environment are really important in an outdoor school. And for us, this really happens in 5th grade with our Earth and Living Systems and Interactions unit. That unit has standards that really tie well to the outdoor school experience. And here's some, to give a few examples here. For the Washington State Learning Goals, we have connections where students understand and explain that the sun is the source of energy for all living things. They learn that in the classroom. They see that in the outdoor education environment. We have students make claims supported by evidence. They do that in the classroom. They support that learning in the outdoor school environment. They develop models to show how matter moves among plants, animals, and the environment. They learn it, they see it, they apply it. These real strong connections between the classroom and the outdoor school. A second big benefit to outdoor education is the social emotional learning component. In an outdoor school environment, students have the ability to improve their academic performance, enhance their social skills. They get to make friends that they wouldn't have made before. They get to see each other in a different light, in a different way, in a different environment, and they build those strong relationships. In addition to that, they improve their problem-solving skills, they reduce stress, they start to see themselves as being successful, and that they can be real-world problem solvers and make a difference in the world. These are all benefits to outdoor education, the connection to classroom learning and the social-emotional parts of those learnings. Let's just share some real high-level data from the last 2 years. All schools in the last 2 years were scheduled for a 3-day camp experience. 2 years ago, we had 25 schools do the full 3-day experience. Of those 25 schools, that accounted for 1,100 glasses. 1,136 students participating in the full 3-day outdoor ed experience. That's about 50, at that time it was about 58% of our 5th graders. This last year, we had 28 schools participate in the full 3-day experience, and that was 1,153 of our 5th grade students, right about 60% of our 5th grade population. Waskowitz Outdoor Education Center. Meredith Van Trapp is the director of Waskowitz Outdoor Education Center. She was planning to be here tonight. I think my last update was she was running late. She will hopefully be here tonight and would like to say a few words about Waskowitz Outdoor Education Center. Until that happens, a few things here. Waskowitz has a program design that very much aligns to those things I listed, those 2 strengths of outdoor school. This discovery, this appreciation of local ecosystems, this critical thinking that students do at an outdoor education experience, learning conservation values. There she is. All right. Hi, Meredith. It encourages curiosity and their observation skills. They become open to new experiences when they attend outdoor education. And like I said earlier, they learn things new about their classmates and make new friends. A real kind of high-level agenda for a day. There's an orientation at the barn, and Meredith may be able to say a few more things about this, but they're having lunch. They are on the trail. They are learning lessons. They are doing activities. They are getting to do some dancing, and they are having s'mores. And they rotate through these activities. There's a dinner, there's a closing campfire, and then there would be a departation back to the building. This is a Arnold back there and I had a chance to go visit, and he is an amazing videographer. He put together this great video that we're going to see here. Once that is over, where did Meredith? Maybe we'll say a few things. I don't know how to do the video, Wade. Do I just click on it? Oh, hit the YouTube. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Any IT folks in the building?
See if we can get this going.
The apps are the same problem.
Oops.
Meredith, they're asking if you could do your part while they figure the video out. Would that be okay? All right, thank you.
Hi, I just drove from North Bend in 18. Whew, I'm sure you all know, but that was quite a drive, so I'm sorry that I'm a little late. Thank you so much for inviting me here tonight to talk about Waskowitz. I thought I'd start a little bit by telling you who I am. My name is Meredith Von Trapp, and I am an environmental educator and a national board certified teacher. And I taught 5th grade for 10 years in Snoqualmie Valley and took students to outdoor school for all 10 of those years. And then I moved into a program manager role, and I'm the director of Waskowitz Outdoor School. And I feel like that's important to share with you because this is my passion. Working for a public school combined with an outdoor school is my dream. And so that's a little bit about me. In terms of Waskowitz, we are owned and operated by Highline Public Schools. So I am a school district employee of Highline, as are all the staff. And I think that that is a huge benefit to the outdoor school because we are a part of the big school system. Our staff receive training and professional development. We do all of the, we get to do all of the professional development that all the staff have access to. So I think that's a really big benefit to working at Waskowitz. And the other big thing about that is that our staff really understand working with different types of students and pedagogy because we are, again, a part of the school system. So I just love that. Okay, curriculum. I know you were talking about what does a day at Waskowitz look like? So Waskowitz offers a wide range of programs, and we are really focused on science and social emotional learning. We feel that both of those things are equally important in the outdoor learning space. There's so many opportunities for making new friendships and being curious and being kind. And then, of course, investigating this ecosystem of Waskowitz. So we have a big question at Waskowitz. It's what lives here, and the students are investigating what actually lives at Waskowitz. And then they put all of that information about the plants and the animals and the mushrooms and the things that they find into an ecosystems model map. And this works really well for us because we might be engaged in a lesson about case of the disappearing log, dun, dun, dun. And we're wanting the students to investigate this log. But then an eagle might fly overhead, and the eagle isn't exactly connected to the log, but we can stop and we can look at the eagle, and the eagle is a part of the ecosystem, and it goes on our map, and so it's great at connecting all of the things. And then I guess the last the last thing that I just wanted to say is that we are very passionate at Waskowitz about working with students outdoors, and we're really excited to be working with Kent and welcoming you all. So thank you. And anything else? Okay.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Great. Thank you for the video, Arnold. Nice job.
Well, good evening. At this point, I'd like to discuss about the funding model for the outdoor education and the general state of the district's budget. And so for the last 2 years, at least for the last 2 years, the district received a little over $800,000 each year to fund outdoor education. And as we have reported in the June 25th and in some of the other presentation, that in 25-26, that there would be zero funding coming from the state as it relates to outdoor education. In addition to that, the general fund covers about $70,000 each year in addition to the state funding. So the overall cost for a 3-day camp was about close to $880,000 between the two funding sources. And so, as also was presented in the June 25th budget adoption, we explained that in the budget, in the 25-26 budget, included in it, in the appropriation, is $338,000 of funding for a 1-day extended camp. And so, like any other budget, when we asked the board to approve the appropriation, what we meant is the expense, the expenditures. In every expenditure in the district or in the budget, there is an assumption on what revenue we're going to bring in. And so similar to categorical programs, if we are budgeting for expenditure and categorical program, we also make assumptions on how much money we're going to bring in. And so in the case of outdoor education, we budgeted $338,000, but we also assume that we're going to bring in the same dollar amount as a funding source for it. And I explained in some previous presentations that those are going to be coming from fundraising, donations, grants, and I didn't include it right here, credit card rebates, if you recall. And so as it is right now, we have secured approximately $65,000 in credit card rebates because we generally get about $65,000 on the average every year. But with the additional effort that we're making now, we believe that we're going to be able to exceed that amount and hoping to double them if need to. And we're proactively, our purchasing department and our accounts payable department are actively using the credit card as a form of payment so long as the vendors are not charging us anything, so we're not incurring additional cost. We're also looking at grants, and so there was a particular grant that we were pursuing for the transportation portion of them. But at this time, we were just told that the transportation for that particular grant was not eligible, and so we have to cross that out and remove them from our estimates. And so now we're left with some donations and fundraising. But before we go into some of the fundraising efforts, I'd like to be able to show you again the state of the district's budget. And so this is a very familiar slide for everyone because we presented this multiple times. Here you will see that we are experiencing budget deficit, for not only for the current year, 24-25, but also for next year, 25-26, which is about $15 million. And when we look at the forecast, that deficit is going to continue on all the way to 28-29, to the extent that when you look at 26-27, you will see that we are falling below the 5% minimum ending fund balance. We will be at about 4.1%, then 1%, then negative 2.4%. In the previous presentations, we explained that in order for us to rectify this so that we don't fall into a negative fund balance or fall below the 5%, we need to implement a $7.5 million each year for the next 3 years, budget balancing solutions. And the sequence in which we're planning to implement that would be implementing efficiencies, revenue enhancements, and then expenditure reductions. And so that's how we plan to do this. And we all understand that $7.5 million is not an easy task to find. And but we're going to try very hard to be able to get to that so that we could balance the budget. And so on to the fundraising efforts, because I think part of how to fund the outdoor education, or at least how we assume to fund the outdoor education, would be credit card rebate, donations, grants, and then fundraising. And so with that, Mrs. Lee will actually help us to provide information about the recent fundraising efforts.
Okay. So I'm here to talk about fundraising, and that really excites some people, and other people cringe, depending on where you come from and what your experience has been. But hopefully, we're all excited to support our fifth grade students in their outdoor education experience. So as you can see, our goal is to raise funds to support a high-quality outdoor education experience for every fifth grade student in the Kent School District. Fundraising donations will support all schools. So I just want you to know that we're moving to a centralized fundraising process. And to do this, donations will be used to support, or will be taken in and then supported to all schools, not just individuals or individual schools. We know that some schools have a larger donor base or capacity to raise funds. They get their fundraising machines going and can raise a lot of funds, but other schools, not so much. So we really want to be equitable and provide access for every student. So we're moving to the centralized process. I also want you to know that this will be an ongoing fundraising effort, not just a one-time event. Because we know the state probably won't fund this next year or the next year. Who knows when they might fund it? We're hoping they will, but we do not know that. So this will be an ongoing fundraising effort for the foreseeable future. So to that end, we have to rely on community fundraising and donations. And I'm so pleased to tell you tonight that we will be partnering with the Kent Schools Foundation to begin our fundraising efforts. We're so excited to be partnering with them. We met twice with them in the last few weeks. First, to ask them to support us, and they graciously agreed to do that. One of the reasons why I'm excited is because they have walked alongside us since 2013, I believe, and have supported numerous students with scholarships and classroom grants. And so I'm really excited to continue that partnership to support fifth grade outdoor education. The second time that we met, we really met to discuss details of what funding opportunities might look like. And this might include one-time donations, a recurring donation. It could be different events, gala events. We kind of discussed a whole menu of items that we could move forward with. So while we're working on that, we're also working on a flyer right now and a communications plan. So as these funding opportunities become available, we'll be communicating them out to our district, our community, our schools, to anybody who would like to donate. So basically, it comes down to all donations should be made through the Kent Schools Foundation website, and more information will be coming soon. So in closing, we all know how important fifth grade outdoor education is. We know that it's not just a field trip. We know it can be a transformative experience for each and every student that is able to attend. And we know that sometimes this may be the only opportunity our students have to attend a camp. So we really want to make this an equitable and sustainable program for the coming years. So we invite you to support by going to the Kent Schools Foundation website and donating, and then together as one KSD, we can make this happen. Thank you for your time and for your continued dedication to our students. So we'll open up the floor for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I just know that I just wanted to take a moment because I appreciated the overview of where we are fiscally. And I was also hoping that maybe we could get a reminder from the either the superintendent or from Mr. Leonard about where our vote had been for a board. I know that we had approved the budget, but I know that there had been questions. And so I just wanted to make sure that we knew where that was. And then I also wanted to say we did have a few people that put in under general comments about fifth grade camp. I would also, as we extended to our student at the end of our presentation, extending the offer to have people move that to this item instead of waiting for the general comments if they wanted to do that too. So I'm just putting that out there, and when we get to that at the end of the presentation and questions, that I will ask that too. So if you want to bump up a little bit on the schedule. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think I heard the question on the board did vote on June 25th, I believe, Mr. Paranguao, for the full budget, which included what we just discussed. If you want to reiterate, Mr. Paranguao.
Yeah, so on June 25th, the board approved $570 million appropriation. In it is $338,000 for outdoor education, one extended day.
Okay. And I do believe that there was another vote that was put out about outdoor education, and that we were choosing to stay with the 1 day and not extend funds. And that was a vote that did come to the board and was decided on by the board.
Mr. Leonard, if you want to talk about that, that was the agenda item for one of the special meetings, I believe.
President Margale, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, I would have to get the exact date, but my recollection is, along with yours, President Margale, that there was a previous motion on that matter. We would have to locate it and the date. In terms of how it applies to the board, if a matter was previously already adopted and agreed upon by the board, in order to reopen the issue, it would require a motion to reconsider something that's already been decided, and that does require a 2/3 majority or 4 votes out of 5 if you're looking to revisit a topic.
Not looking to reconsider, just wanted to make sure that that all options were looked at and considered and voted on by the board. And a vote had gone forward with the existing budget with the 1 day. So thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Director Cook.
I was just wondering, do any of the other board members, did you feel like what we were asking at that moment during our discussion on the 25th of June, did anyone else feel like we were approving the money to be spent and that was going to come from the district? Because that was my interpretation of what was presented. And I understand that, maybe that wasn't what was stated or what the intent was, but that was my understanding.
No,
Okay, but
I
maybe
agree.
did
I
anyone
think
else
there was some
take that
confusion
away?
there.
Like what they're saying right now, that all we were doing was to approve spending of money, and that we would get the money however we could without actually taking it from our own coffers. Is that the way you all understood it? Because it's certainly not how I understood it.
Yeah, and I mean, I had questions about that too. Are we using this time to discuss the presentation that was just?
Yeah, we've completed our presentation, or at the question portion of our presentation.
Okay, yeah, because I think that goes kind of along with what I think Director Cook is asking for. So when it comes to the fundraising, we approved the allocation of that 500,000. And from that, from our earlier conversation, we were also exploring at that time if we had allocated that 500,000, that there was a gap of, I think, like 300 something thousand for that 3-day camp, right?
I think it's in the reverse. There was
Do I have it
300,
the opposite
yeah,
way?
338,000, I believe.
thank you.
Was allocated for the 1 day camp, and that we were looking
Okay.
for an additional 500,000.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, let me try to get my thoughts, so if anybody else wants to go first.
I do want to clarify, how many fifth grade students are there in the district? This has come up and people have asked me this, and so I wanted to get the rough number. I know how many people have attended, but how many students are impacted by this decision?
I don't have the exact number with me, but I could only guess that it's slightly below 2,000 students.
Well, we looked and was at 1,100, and I believe it was 56 or something like that. And that
Right.
represented 60% of our fifth graders last year. Every
about
year, the number
2,000.
changes a little bit, but about
19.
60% of our students participated in the 3-day camp that was offered to everybody. And so that, I can do the reverse math, so yes.
Okay.
Do we have a breakdown of how many of those students didn't attend due to their parents choosing not to have them go versus some other reason?
We don't have that breakdown right now. But what we do have is they did not attend.
One other question that I know that I got asked was, there's a lot of discussion about, oh, we can get the camp can be $30 a kid and blah, 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 and, there's all these math numbers. But I want to clarify, the total amount, the $70,000 that we had to also cover from the state, that includes things like transportation, teacher costs. Like what does, not just the cost of the camp, but there's that, they're not hidden costs, they're costs to do
Ancillary.
it, right? They're the cost of goods sold that have to happen. And so what's that, do we have that breakdown difference between like, the cost of the camp is $40 a child, but it costs this much because we're paying for these types of things?
It is not broken down in that way. The way we do it is we calculate the total cost of the camp, which is about $880,000. And then we get funding for about 810, 811.
Right.
And then the difference, we cover them with the basic ed funding.
But-
And so we don't break them down into, this is transportation, this is cost of mentors, and so on and so forth. We don't
Right.
break it down that way.
But that cost is included in that 800,000, right? We're including things like transportation, getting kids there with the school bus and having a school bus driver and insurance and all those things. Because when you send kids to camp, you got to buy an insurance rider for them to be at camp. Like All of those things also come into that number, and I think I want to just educate people that it's not just the cost of the actual camp, it's the cost of doing all of the other things for that. And I just wanted to clarify for people to understand that. It's transportation, it's food, it's insurance, it's the nursing staff that has to be there, it's the staff that we're paying for, it's the mentor prep that has to happen. So they're going to come to it's not like the high schoolers show up on the night and be like, hey, you're a mentor. They get training for that, and that cost is also included. And I think a lot of people, when we talk about fifth grade camp, we talk about hard dollar cost of the camp, but we're not talking about the entire cost of what it incurs on the system. And I want to be clear that needs to also be considered, because gas and insurance, all of those things are included in that number. I just wanted to clarify.
And that is correct, yes. Those are all the essential costs for the camp for 3 days.
But transportation would be the same either way. If we were to do 3 days, we were to do 5 days, we were to do 1 day. That's the same amount, is it not?
I don't believe so. I think we have drivers that we would be adding a day or two, including mileage.
How would we be adding days when they only go there 1 day and come back another day? If they went and came back the same day, that might actually cost more, because we might have to task someone to stay there the whole day if they can't be going back and forth for whatever reason.
I do know that is, drivers need to bid for some of these jobs, so
Right.
that's where some of the costs are. And definitely distance adds to time. And so I know Waskowitz is a lot closer, and certainly that's going to be a cheaper cost for us.
How did we get to Waskowitz? Who were the people of the committee or whatever it was that decided Waskowitz? How was that decided?
So as I shared on the 25th, that my team were tasked to at least provide a extended day opportunity. And part of that was to look at all of our costs for the current Osprey, which I believe was the current contract, as well as any other options and opportunities that we had. So that would be me that asked my team to take a look at all costs so we could leverage our dollars that we noted on the 25th.
And how many schools or how many different camps were discussed?
I'll turn that over to Dr. Behringer, who is at the podium.
Yep. So we started the conversation and this process in May of last year when we found out, I think we found out a little bit earlier than that, but pretty close to May, that the state would no longer fund outdoor education. And so then it was the conversation of whether or not we can afford to continue to go to outdoor education, knowing our deficit that we already had within the district and the costs that we were currently paying for the Osprey camp, which is 3 days and 2 nights, with obviously the largest portion of those funds being from the state at $816,000 and $811,000 respectively for those 2 years. So we had a conversation, superintendent and myself. I reached out to John Rissmiller and asked him to look into some additional camps and the costs of those camps to see if there were other camps out there that would allow us cost savings. A similar or better experience than what we've had the last 2 years, and then also allow us to save funds knowing that we would be paying for whatever we chose to do at a camp, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, out of our own pocket. And so I tasked John with that. He went out and started looking at things and having conversations with people, bringing things back to us. And we were in conversations in early June with camps looking at what would be the best fit financially and curriculum-wise that would support the work that we're doing in our 5th grade curriculum and also at the camp. And so we were having these conversations again back in May and June. And that's how we came to where we were. I don't know if John was going to speak to this, but I can tell you right now, Waskowitz was considerably less expensive than Osprey. And again, nothing against Osprey and the experience that our kids had for the last 2 years. That's not the thing at all. It really came down to what can we afford? And when you're looking at 6 figures being the difference in one day, that's a big deal. And so that really weighed a lot in our decision making is what can we afford? And or what do we need to raise? Because again, the conversation was, and this was already shared, is that we have no belief that the state is going to jump back in and throw $800,000 to the Kent School District, let alone the rest of the state, to be able to fund this when they've got a $11 billion deficit themselves. So we have to take this into our own hands, which means we probably should be fundraising from here on out so we can maintain camp every single year. To what degree or to how long that is, it depends. But what we committed to was an extended day, one extended day of camp. And so, and Camp Waskowitz offered the best all-around opportunity as well as by far the most least expensive cost of the camps that we looked at. So hope that answers your question.
But again, we only committed to it as long as someone else paid for it, right?
Again, I believe that question's been asked and answered, but I'll say it again.
I'm just reiterating. I want to make sure we're clear here. We didn't commit to that. We committed to other people doing it.
No, we committed to, again, that the district would pay for and had allocated, I believe it was $338,000 and put aside of our funds to go for a one-day camp and then continuing to look at opportunities if they presented themselves for other options such as something cheaper, if
So are you saying that right now we're looking at fundraising to increase the number of days and that the first day of camp is already paid for by the district? We've approved that and it's just not going to be fundraised for? Is that right?
So as I have explained earlier, the amount that has been appropriated is $338,000. Every expenditure in the budget, we need to assume a source of fund or a revenue. Out of the 338, we could say we have about 65,000 coming from the credit card rebate. We were pursuing 60,000 that ended up to be not eligible. The rest of them, we still need to fundraise. And that is the assumption that we used when we submitted the budget to the board.
How many other items are done in that way? Because I don't remember our budget ever having these asterisks of we approve this budget item to be paid for, but we don't know where we're getting the money. When we send things for anything that needs to be spent on, say, a boiler, or we need to do some sort of capital spending, that's expected that the district is paying for that. That was my understanding, and it sounds like that was President Margel's understanding, unless I'm understanding her incorrectly.
There are a number of items in the budget that are in the same category. For example, we estimate the amount of rental that we're going to get for our facilities. Is a historical number that we assume that we're going to get. Do we have the money at that point? No, we don't, because we still have to see who's going to be renting our facility. So that's one of them. There are some donations that we assume that we're going to get because historically they have been giving us those donations.
Can you provide an example of that?
I don't have the exact information in front of me right now. But
you don't have any example of something that we need donations for other than this?
So one example is Kent School Foundation generally provide us grants. And therefore, if they have been providing them on a regular basis every year, it is also assumed that we're going to get the same in the next year, and therefore we do that.
But what expenditure is that tied to?
They're grants. They are actually earmarked for some instructional materials, some programs at the buildings. And again, that is just one example, but there are others.
Grants aren't donations, though. Grants are something that you have to apply for, and we would know ahead of time whether we got it. It's a whole different process. The idea of us, basing a decision that this board comes to on something that is as wishy-washy as a donation when we weren't told that the Kent Schools Foundation was going to be covering this. Like, no one explained, at least not that I know of. I don't remember this at all. Does anyone else on this board remember being told that everything that we were going to be doing was going to be dependent outside of the $60,000 or $70,000 that he's speaking about for the credit card rebates or something? Does anyone remember being told that that was going to be the case? Because I certainly don't.
Vice President Cook, let me clarify. We did say we were going to be fundraising. We did not specifically say where and how, but we did say we will be fundraising. And
We
then
did
I'll move
say
to the re-
where and how.
Let me
We
move to
said
the
we
rest
would
of the
fundraise
board.
for the additional $500,000.
Let me move
That's
to the
what
rest of the board.
I remembered as far as all of that goes. Now, of course, we can go back and watch that, but since this board right now, like we just talked about this with Mr. Leonard, that we would require a 4/5 vote for us to make any changes. So we can't change anything, and the understanding of this board seems to be mistaken from when we did vote on it.
I don't believe so, but I'll let the board, this is a question period of our presentation.
Just like anything in the budget, you have the assumptions of where funds are coming in. We assume the federal government's going to give us certain amounts. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't.
What was your assumption?
We also have other parts of our, I think about our instruments in our district that we lend out. We get donations for helping repair those and supply those. So there's parts of our budget that every year we have assumptions of what we get in. That's just the first one that came to my mind on this one. But pretty much any part of it, even our student enrollment, that's probably our biggest one, right, is an assumption based off of what we assume is going to come in. But that's just budget really at any level of an organization, is that you have to make an assumption, and that's just how budget making 101
I'm asking what your assumption was. Like, with this particular issue, was it your assumption that, because from what you were just saying a moment ago, it sounded like you thought that we were going to have to fundraise for the additional $500,000, whatever we could come up with, and that the $338,000 or whatever it was an amount that the district was committing to paying with our funds, not through donations. Am I understanding what you said correctly, or are you saying that you understood that to be the whole thing being donation driven?
Our funds it comes from our general funds, and the general funds that we would have put in there and to make that would have been through, there was a number of different sources that we were looking at. And so I think Mr.
But the only one talked
Perringau,
about was the credit card rebates, and then that if we wanted to do a 3-night camp, or a 2-night, 3-day camp, that we would need to fundraise for it. That was my understanding. Are you saying that your understanding was different?
my understanding is no different than what the district is stating on here, that there was many different sources that we were looking to be able to get the funds from.
Okay, but they didn't talk about the Kent Schools Foundation at all before. I do have a couple of questions for the Kent Schools Foundation, if we can move to that.
Right now, we're finishing up the presentation, so if I'd ask the rest of the board, has any other questions on the presentation?
I did.
Yeah. go ahead.
When you gave us the sample of what the schedule could possibly look like, just sifting through the emails I've received, I know nothing about this camp, but it sounds like there have been some other experiences. And I guess what's come across my inbox was some concerns that this might just be like a glorified hike. And so when we looked at the presentation of this more robust schedule, how accurate to the sample can we expect our students to experience at Waskowitz?
Mr. Rushville?
Yeah, the sample that I had up there came straight from Meredith. She shared it with me what the extended day program would look like. So that is the program. Now, there's certainly details that her team and my team would work out in there about what exactly the activities would look like, the lessons would look like. But that's an accurate portrayal or description of what the day would be.
Yeah, and I'm assuming like that's exactly what's going to happen, but there will be lessons, there will be activities and exercises. It's not just a 6-hour hike.
It's not just a 6-hour hike.
Okay, thank you. I needed that for my clarification. And then my last point, because it's a one day and we have to cram a lot more into this for the experience to be meaningful, I know with the 3-day we had some difficulties when it came to students with special needs or complex needs. Do we have plans in place for more inclusion efforts for this camp, for that student population?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this camp is very inclusive, and Meredith and I have had many conversations about how to meet the needs of a variety of kids, whether it be dietary needs or needs for children in wheelchairs or whatever it would be. We want to include every student. When we talk about equity here, all does mean all, and so that's very important to us.
Thank you.
What do the kids do at Waskowitz that are in need of wheelchairs or other accessibility needs at this camp while the kids are going on? Because I assume they're still going on a hike. And also, how long is the hike? And has anyone that made the decision to go with this camp, has anyone gone on the hike themselves?
I'm not sure we have those details, but other than what we presented, and Mr. Miller, if you have additional, please share, but I don't believe we have those exact lesson plans, detailed pieces, so we can't approach the
I'm so sorry, we just can't have people approaching the dais during this, but we do have our section that I have you, if you'd like to speak during this section.
Could we have Director Gregory repeat what was said so that we are all aware of what the person that did walk up said? Because I didn't hear anything.
He indicated he has some information to share with us.
and we have him on here.
Yep, and I have his name as a speaker, and we'll open up the opportunity at the end of this discussion for if you'd like to move to this section specifically or wait till the general comments. It's up to you if you'd like to speak during this portion specifically.
Were there no comments for this section? Because
Okay, then
usually
you
we
can
have them
do-
beforehand. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Director Cook, could you repeat that?
Don't we usually have our public comments prior to our discussion?
So normally that this is a presentation, we can have it anywhere in the section. And so we had our student speaker, because we do say that our student speakers get to go first. We did offer them to go first during the section. But during the section, we will offer it, even though there are certain ones that were not indicated for this section. They were indicated as being general, but I wanted to give people the opportunity if they wanted to move forward into this section, just as, at their choice.
We had people that wanted to have public comment on this section as well, right? Like not just the people that put it in incorrectly or mistakenly or what have you. And I've never seen us have discussion before the public comment, because it wouldn't make a lot of sense. If we're trying to discuss something, hearing from the public is imperative. Otherwise, we're finishing our conversation and closing out our debate and finishing that side of it before we hear what our public has to say.
So this is a non-voting item. And again, I want to just make sure that we have our public being able to move into this section, even if they didn't choose
Okay.
to. And so I just wanted to make sure.
Can we
people
have a
the opportunity.
discussion after that then on this same topic?
Again, we're going to offer discussion at the end of this. This is a non-voting item.
No, I mean, after they get to speak on this item, like you're saying, after this discussion of ours, can we then discuss amongst ourselves again, because we haven't heard from our public until after that point on this particular item?
We're not voting.
We're not voting.
I understand we're not voting, but I would like to be able to discuss what our public has to say. And if we put it aside and we push it to the end of our meeting, then it just loses the whole point. Because what's the point of us discussing it again after all the other stuff that we discuss and do all of our voting and do all of those things when everything is fresh in our minds right here, and we could just hear from them now and pause what we're doing and then come back on and start discussing again?
But Again, and you keep on saying voting, we're not voting, this is a non-voting item. This
No,
is a
I'm talking about
presentation.
voting later. I'm not talking about voting on this. I'm saying we are going to be voting on other stuff. And I'm assuming that you're talking about us discussing this after the meeting's over, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that. Because we're not voting on this
I think
item at
there might
all,
be
right? We're not
confusion.
voting on
Yeah.
fifth grade camp in any way, right?
Superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to follow along too. Because we had our vote last time to allocate the funds, that's what we're moving forward with. I assumed, and I had the impression from that presentation, that we had those funds. And so now this is a clarity for me. We approved that we're going to allocate the 300,000. I thought we had the 300,000, but we just approved that that's how much we would do. We are now trying to fundraise and get those funds to pay for this camp. But because we voted on that, this is just the presentation, and then moving forward, there will not be a voting for anything related to this because we did that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And so we absolutely do want to hear from our community members. And so they have, we have many different comments, some of them about different topics, and most of them are in the general section. I just wanted to give the opportunity to our community that has indicated on their form, even if they didn't say they wanted it for this section, I wanted to give them the opportunity to speak at this section instead of waiting for the general comments after the next presentation.
I see. And Director Cook just wanted to have more conversation after hearing from the audience
Yes.
about this.
And
Okay.
I said, we're placing the comments at the end. This is a non-voting item, so there's nothing that we need to vote on because we already have had the vote. So
would
right now,
impact our
comments are
conversation,
about
no?
the presentation.
And President Margell, if I may, out of respect to my staff, this is the end of the presentation. I would like to know if there are any questions specific to the presentation, so I may release them. And so if we could finish that part of it, move to the comments for 4.0, I would appreciate that.
Okay, can I motion to pause this conversation, allow our community to speak, and then come back? Is that something I can do? Maybe we can get guidance on that.
I see. So Director Cook wants to have a discussion on this, but we're not in a discussion period, but okay, right?
There's not, we're just,
Are we-
this is a
we are
time to ask any
discussing.
questions about the presentation.
Okay.
So I'm asking the board if there's any other questions for my team related to the presentation.
Well, I might have questions after I hear from the public because they might bring something up that I didn't think of. Like I've said before, our public is far smarter than me. So I would prefer that I get to hear from them before I have any discussion, because then I can have those pieces of information to then ask about, because they can't ask the people up here what is going on. We can. And so without them speaking, how am I supposed to ask the questions that our public is coming with?
You could still ask the questions to me, and I
But
can
you're
get you
talking
the
about sending
information.
them home.
You could still ask the question to me, and I.
But
could
you
give the
often say, oh, let me pull up this person. And now you're saying, I'm going to send that person home. And then I'm going to ask you, and you're going to say, oh, well, they're not here.
No, I would get you the information
Tonight?
when it's appropriate.
And when would that be? Every other time that I've asked you for things, I don't get it.
I'm not going to
So,
go into speculation with you. I don't know if your intent was to degrade, denounce me or anyone here, but you did. So once
okay,
again.
well, it was not my
President
intent.
Margell,
I am just stating a fact that when I ask for things, I don't get them. I'm happy to share with whoever that information, but
Just
that's
said you can ask
why
me.
I'm very concerned about this. And I don't know why our board isn't. It seems bizarre to me that we don't want to hear from our public that literally votes us in office here. Well, at least one of us votes us in office here in a couple of weeks. So I don't know.
Vice President Cook, I do want to hear from the public. So if we could end this conversation part, we are moving the public comment to come right now before the next presentation. And I would
Yes,
like
but
to
then
hear
we
from them.
can't. We aren't discussing after that this topic. We are going to move on, and then if I have questions, I guess I'll get them at some point. I don't know why can't I ask the questions after the people talk? Why are you so against this? I don't understand it.
I think that, if I may speak, I'm not against it. We've just discussed this ad nauseum in other votes, and so it's being brought up again, really out of turn, because There is no decision on the board tonight. This is a discussion about the presentation, and so we would happily take any additional questions you have about the presentation. And again, the speakers that want to talk about outdoor education, you're welcome to stay and talk about in the general section, but I also am just giving the opportunity, if they wanted to talk earlier, closer to this, just give them the opportunity in case it's the first day of school and they want to go home, whatever that looks like. I see nods from our audience. So just wanted to give that opportunity. But we could also wait
Okay.
until the general section if that's what they would prefer to do.
Okay, I want to make a motion. I don't know if anyone will second it, but I would like to make a motion that we pause our discussion, have our public come and make their comments now, so that we can then complete our discussion while still having the opportunity to ask the people here while they're here before we send them home. How do I go about doing that?
I don't know.
You make your motion, I believe.
All right, I move
Well,
to pause
can you do a
this
motion?
discussion, allow our public to have their talking points, whatever they would like to say to us, and then continue our discussion before finishing our discussion so that our staff can go home.
I guess before you make that motion, can I ask a clarifying question? Because we're still in the planning phases, we're still fundraising, this was just presented, is there going to be another opportunity where the board will
Right.
receive an update where additional questions, comments, and discussions
Yes.
could take place?
Director Saul and I said that on the 25th. You would receive updates as we know more information. We will continue to do that. In addition, we have our website that we did update with what the board received today, and we'll continue to do that. And I will
But-
also have opportunities here, so.
Okay, so we will have another opportunity to also ask more questions and engage in the discussion. Because I think that's where I'm confused. Like, I hear what Director Cook is wanting, but because this is a Q&A for a presentation, this isn't a discussion.
Correct.
So can this motion
But
happen?
will we have every person that we have here tonight, will they all be available for questions then?
So
Superintendent, I think that's for you.
Director Song, I would say what I said, any board member can make a motion at a time. What you said is correct. This is not a discussion. This is questions after a presentation.
But we will have updates from the same team that will come back to us at the next, it may not be the next board meeting, it could be the one following that. We'll have continual updates, fundraising updates, where we are and all of that stuff. We
Again,
are going to be communicated to,
We have
correct?
the website
Yes.
that is updated. We also, and it has fundraising as well. We have our weekly that is forward-facing, and my continued communication with the board.
Okay, well, yeah, let's let Dr. Cook make his motion, and then we'll go from there. And then after the decision on that, then the public comment?
I believe the motion has been made.
Okay.
Can I ask one question before
Let's
we finish this?
Is there some-
We let somebody else ask a question, so yes.
Okay, I just would like to know, are we going to have the person from Waskowitz here when we have those discussions or those questions and answer period, whenever that might happen? Is it going to be done in public so that we can make sure that our public has a chance to speak before we discuss it again, whenever that is? And that's what I want to know. So if we're going to be able to do that at a later time with the person from Waskowitz there, as well as John Rismiller and any other staff members that are imperative to this process, will they all be there? And will that discussion happen before fifth grade camp starts?
That will be dependent on the agenda setting, and that's an item that we could, but it really depends on what the new information is, and we'll keep getting new information. So yes and yes, dependent on what that new information is, will determine who is here to present. And so to be determined is really the best I can say.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate to everyone, there's no promise that we're going to have the same people here. We don't have a promise that John Rismiller will be available. We
Not
don't
what
have
I
a
said.
promise that the person from Waskowitz will be available. So if we don't do it tonight, that means that there's a chance that doesn't happen.
For the
So
record-
as long as all of our board is okay with that,
For the
We
record,
can move
Vice
forward.
President Cook, that is not what I said. So I will turn it back over to President Margell. I believe you have a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
We're now open for discussion.
I hope that my board sees the value in trying to get information, allowing our public to provide information to their elected officials before they finish their work. That's all I'm asking. I doubt that there are more than, probably 5 or 6 different comments that are going to be made, which means it's going to be 15 to 18 minutes of time that we have to take for this. I apologize to anyone that has to stay for that 15 to 18 minutes of time, but I think it's important for us to do so.
This is just simply inappropriate. We are wasting time to cover an extension for something that's going to come back anyway. And the problem is, we have already approved the budget and the course of action. So since we're not doing anything with that particular piece, we welcome public input, and we'll have to see how it goes. And that's the only thing that we can do.
Does it bother the last speaker, the fact that 2 of the board members here were not aware that we were requiring donations to pay for the vast majority of even the single day? Does that bother him at all?
I didn't understand that at all. They did understand. That's why they're not upset.
I'm literally
You
saying
are.
I didn't understand it. So you
Yep.
can't speak for me on that. And Director Song, I believe, said the same thing.
Moving right along.
Seeing no further comments, there is a motion on the floor that's been seconded. All those in
Can
favor?
I have a roll call poll, please?
A roll call vote has been requested. Director Gregory?
I don't know what I'm approving or not approving.
For us to pause, let the person talk, and then come back and discuss.
I say aye.
Director Song?
No.
Director Clark?
No.
Director Cook?
Aye.
I will say yes too. The motion passes. We are now listening to the comments. We will go back to discussion. And I did hear hopefully just a 15 minutes at most. That's what I heard Director Clark say.
How
Okay,
many-
our first one is Christopher Holmquist. Would you like to move from general to go to this section? Yes, perfect. Great, you are first, Mr. Holmquist.
Before we start the 3 minutes, I indicated
We do need to
fine
put,
director that I could answer some of the questions like what the hikes are like, because I've had experience actually working with our presenter from Waskowitz, and I've been associated with Waskowitz for 40 years almost, so I can answer any of those questions, but possibly they couldn't get answered in just the 3 minutes you give me. I could make my presentation in 3 minutes, but it wouldn't necessarily answer the questions
okay.
that you may
So
have.
those conversations, I highly encourage if you guys want to talk specifically about that. If we want to have that part of the next presentation, we can go into more of that. But sticking to protocol, we are going to have your 3 minutes, just like everybody else's, for open comments.
So you would invite me to come back and make a presentation on some of those questions you have? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is I would invite Superintendent Bella to make sure that we have the right people to answer
For
the
the next
questions that we have.
update. For the next update.
For the next update,
As things
yeah.
change, yeah.
Okay. And since I know you, it's great working with you as well, so.
Always great working with you, Mr.
Okay, so
Holmquist.
this is just the 3 minutes and what I was going to say before all of this.
Perfect.
My understanding is that you had approved $330,000 for the one-day experience, and to turn it into a 3-day experience, it would cost another $550,000 for a total of about $880,000. The revenue you took in or taking in for the budget for this year is approximately $550 million. In doing the math, the cost of going for 3 days is 0.16% of the entire budget. If you include just looking at the additional $550,000 that you would add to go from a 1 day to a 3 day, that's 0.1% of your entire budget. I believe that the social and emotional health of our students is on life support and really needs to be addressed. I think it is spending money very wisely, this 0.1% of your budget, to go for a 3-day program, whether it's Waskowitz or up until tonight, I thought it was going to be Osprey somewhere, you know, either 1 day or 3 day. Wherever we go, a 3-day program, I think, is essential and well worth the money, the additional money you would spend. So I highly would encourage you to revisit and revote on what you've passed for a 1-day extended day. As far as the 1 day, I've been to Waskowitz on a 1 day before, and it's not going to get you, and I can't imagine any program, Osprey or any other, in a 1 day getting the necessity of improving social and emotional growth for our 5th graders. It's not going to happen in 1 day. It needs overnight. It needs several nights. We used to go for 5 days. Waskowitz does have a great program. I'm glad you looked at them, to be honest with you. But a 1 day, no matter where you go, isn't going to do it. You need the 3 days. So I urge you to consider or reconsider going from a 1 extended day to a 3-day plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmquist. Our next speaker also was under general, but I'm going to give the option. Katie Schneider, do you want to move to this section? Thanks, Katie.
Okay. I mean, I would also implore you to do a 3 days, but I feel like that decision's been made. And I want to speak for Osprey right now because they weren't invited to this meeting and they don't get to talk about it. Osprey wasn't a vendor, they were a partner. One of the biggest reasons for choosing them in the first place was their ability to serve our whole district, make us, the Kent School District, their main priority, and tailor the experience to fit our needs. And they did it. I've been on an advisory committee with the camp made up of past alumni, made up with other parents, made up with teachers like Mr. Holmquist, and all of our plans were to better meet the needs of the Kent community. And it takes time to get buy-in from a community like that. And of course, there were hiccups getting started. But at the end of last year, the cabins were full with high school mentors instead of parents. We had plans to increase communication to up attendance. I know attendance was an issue, but it takes time to get trust from your community. We had lots of plans on how we were going to make up those things because it's not just a vendor. It wasn't just someone we were buying something from. It's somebody who thinks every day about how are we making this better. And we were talking together about how are we going to get more kids to camp. And those are plans that are not going to see a reality. And we've just wasted so much of their time and so much of their effort. These are people who on their own were so excited to work with Kent that they came to STEM nights and they came to open houses at our schools and met our students and met our teachers and tried to put themselves in a place where people could meet them. And I don't know that will ever be the same kind of priority with Waskowitz. Waskowitz is a wonderful camp. I've also been there. Their 2 programs are so very similar. They share a really common history. So I honestly can't say that we were going to get something better at Waskowitz than you were getting at Osprey because they're just so similar. I would question whether or not we gave Osprey a chance to match the price that Waskowitz was giving us. It's really hard for me to believe that it was just so much cheaper. And if we were ever to move forward with a 3-day camp, if we were ever given that opportunity again, could Waskowitz hold us with all of the other schools that they have in the Highline School District? I don't know that they could. Those are questions that I would ask about the longevity of the program that we're trying to build. When you picked a program like Osprey, you were picking an investment in the future with high school kids. We have plans to maybe get middle school kids in there with a leadership experience to kind of tie the gap and build a community of camp for all of the kids, not just the 5th graders, but high school kids if they wanted it. We were thinking about bringing the 8th graders from leadership if we could, as many of them as we could who didn't get to go to camp 3 years ago. So it just is heartbreaking to me that this decision was made without enough community input, in my opinion. We were given a couple short meetings to talk about it, and then the doors were closed on any information coming out.
Thank you, Katie. The next speaker that I have is Aaron Pothier. Would you like to move from the general section to this section? Great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Pothier. In July, I attended a KSD meeting with my children, prepared to politely voice the concerns expressed by our community regarding the reduction of fifth grade camp, and you turned us away. You turned us away with false hopes of later discussion and a lingering decision to pursue a multi-day outdoor education experience. The decision window has apparently come and gone, and here we are today, still fighting for an overnight camp, still exhausted by the lack of transparency and communication with your constituents about this matter. And the community has spoken that reducing a thriving 4-day camp experience that once existed at various schools down to a 1-day program is a terrible misstep. If you read the outpouring of letters that we all sent back in June, you were already aware that our students, teachers, and families are a unified force demanding that this crucial facet of education not be watered down. Camp is not just environmental science. It is a rite of passage. It is building autonomy and social emotional skills that our kids desperately need after the pandemic. But oddly, for a district with $570 million in the budget, we can't afford to give our kids this full experience. I ask all of you here now, is it ethical to slip decisions and policies through by sidestepping your constituents and hosting board meetings at inopportune times, such as the first day of school, or by simply kicking the can down the road in hopes that we'll all forget and move on? I ask you, is it with integrity that KSD has decided to use elsewhere the $500,000 that were needed to fund a multi-day camp? This administration repeatedly wastes countless taxpayer dollars without board approval, shooting in the dark at what it thinks that individual schools should need and want. And now you add insult to injury by retracting your baseline commitment. This year's approved budget held the space to fund a minimal 1-day program, so you can imagine the confusion of families being asked to now raise the funds. Our community is outraged by the incredible waste that KSD has incurred with paid empty seats at conferences, the lavish spending on poorly distributed school supplies that do not reflect our teachers' needs, and the exorbitant stipends granted to your inner circle, the 20% bonuses and outlandish salaries. You ask for more taxpayer dollars at every levy renewal, claiming to support your one KSD mission, which is nothing but a thinly veiled mechanism to channel the funds into central admin coffers at the expense of leveling the playing field across all our schools. Better put, taking away programs that don't align with your agenda or that underprivileged students don't use. This abhorrent pattern of taking and cutting and reducing does not go unnoticed. Our kids notice. Our kids notice that choir was cut. Our kids notice that drama was cut. Camp cut. Foreign language not existed in middle school. This hell-bent vision of equity is only leading to mediocrity. You're not lifting kids up. You are tearing away greatness program by program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erin. We do have one video comment.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I'm going to be discussing a significant concern I have regarding the outdoor education presentation on the agenda. Let me preface my comment by saying I have written many emails to the board and district leadership about how to fund camp and save this vital experience for our students. Concerns expressed here are not advocating for the loss of camp. For context, I would like to start with this quote from the budget presentation during the June 11th meeting. Quote, "We included a budget for outdoor education because this is a very high priority for us. We included a budget at least a 1-day extended outdoor education as opposed to the overnight. So we included them in the budget, and so if on June 25th you adopt this budget, there would be at least a 1-day extended outdoor education for all our fifth graders." End quote. Later in that meeting, the cost for 1-day camp was quoted at $338,000. Fast forward to June 25th, where the board approved the budget for the 25-26 school year. Again, this quote was taken from the budget presentation. Quote, "What we have in the proposed budget is about $338,000, which is at this time the equivalent of 1-day extended outdoor education. Recognizing that we are continuing to explore ideas on how to be able to add days into it if we can. And so just because $338,000 is in the budget, we have an opportunity to be able to continue to explore ideas so that we may add more days into it." End quote. It's very clear from both of these meetings that the board was approving $338,000 in the budget for a one-day camp. All of the talks around fundraising and creative solutions were specifically referring to adding days or sustaining the program long-term. So it's surprising that the presentation today states that the plan for 25-26 and beyond is fundraising, donations, and grants. That ongoing fundraising support is needed, and that the district is partnering with Kent Schools Foundation to lead fundraising efforts. Kent Schools Foundation Facebook page also has a post that states this year they'll be supporting the KSD outdoor education program. Why does the district need to fundraise this year for a one-day program that they already have the funds to support? The board has already clearly voted to approve $338,000 for one-day camp, yet the district seems to be disregarding the board's directive by asking the public to pay for it through fundraising. If fundraising this year is intended to support a multi-day camp, then it should be clearly stated in the presentation. I suspect the answer will be that any funds raised will go to offset the $338,000 from the budget, allowing it to be spent on other things, which means that any money raised will effectively be free money for the district to spend on whatever it wants, which effectively makes it a slush fund. Please help me and the public understand where this money is going and clear up the confusion between the board's directive and this presentation. If fundraising is successful, then how will the already approved $338,000 be spent? And if the district plans to use the $338,000, then why is fundraising required? Thank you.
We are now about open for discussion on the presentation. Director Gregory, do you have any questions on the presentation?
I just want to clarify a couple of things that are very important to me. I'm a Girl Scout troop leader, I'm an outdoor specialist, and I have been taking girls to camp for the last 12 years. It has been my privilege. I know the difference of a multi-day experience for camp and the outdoor education. So I want to be clear that I understand a one day does not make up for what you can get at an overnight camp where you have girls scared, listening to owls for the first time, learning how to properly light fires and do all of those things. I have been there, so I know what that looks like. Now I'm going to put on my accounting hat, and I want to tell people very clearly, we are short $14 million. I approved a budget in June, $14 million short. I'm paying for special education that's not getting funded by the state. I am not going to get Title III funds, so Title III through Title IX funds are not coming. That is $3.5 million. And our federal government is probably not going to, at this current time, fund Section 1 funding at $14 million. We're probably going to get about 10. If I do my math right, and plus our deficit from last year, we're about $20 million short out of what everybody's calling a slush fund, which is $60 million at the end of the year, and we're taking it out of there, but that takes us below our reserves. It's not a slush fund, it's a reserve fund to make sure if I never got another penny from somebody, I can run this district for at least 4 weeks. I understand the importance of camp. I have fifth graders. Shocking, I know. My Girl Scout troops are all fifth graders, and they all want to go to fifth grade camp because they want to show what their skills they've learned over the last 6 years in Girl Scouts. So I don't want anybody to think that I sit up here and think to myself, oh, we're shortchanging this or whatever. I get the impact of that. I clearly understand it. But I also have to sit here and look at all the constituents in this room and online and in Kent and tell you how I spend this money. Because there's only one pot. And right now, I'm going to be short going into this year $20 million. $20 million. That's from last year and when I'm going to get cut. That does not include the $14 million that I've already approved. So while I understand that it's 0.6% of the budget and the long-term impact, my kids didn't get fifth grade camp. My oldest did, my youngest didn't. She's now in the 11th grade. All of her friends tell me, are we going to get camp too? That's what all of them tell me. We have overnight camp. They're like, when are we going to get camp? Are we going to get it? I'm like, well, you can volunteer and be an adult, you can be a senior and be a mentor on the program. So there's gonna be ways for them to enjoy it, but they're not getting it. So I understand the frustration. I'm frustrated too. But we also have to look at the economy and what's going on right now and understand that. And we need to, however much we fundraise, I'm gonna tell you right now, we need to be donating. However much money extra we donate goes to this. It doesn't go to anything else. We're not spending $330,000 over here and we're gonna take the money and slide the money around. I want to point out that money that's earmarked for certain things have to be paid for that. And that's what I was guaranteed when we set up the foundation. The money's going to go to camp for this year and for the future. Because we can't have a one and done. I can't have a solution this year. So fifth graders this year get a multi-day, but we don't have the money next year because we're going to cut $7.5 million. I think Raul told me it's $7.5 million. Is that correct, sir? You can just nod, tell me yes. We're going to cut $7.5 million next year. So what are we going to cut next year? Is that going to be camp? So fundraising for it makes sense because you can earmark the money and then you can't spend it for anything else. It's just like a levy. That's my piece.
Director Song, did you have any comments on the presentation or questions?
Yeah, I guess, again, I clarified because my understanding as well was when we approved it, I also thought I was voting on, we had the money, it was going to come from our funds, we were going to pay for it. I was clearly misunderstood and should have asked some additional questions around that. But going into that, with the understanding that we do have this budget shortfall, we're going to do the fundraising, and that there might be potential opportunities to either raise more money or find the money through the grants and the other proposals that have been presented tonight. Are we locked in currently with a contractual agreement that this is what it is? Or is there flexibility and room for possibility that the future of camp could evolve from what's being presented today?
So we are committed to the one day, extended day. Keep in mind that's different than going just in the morning. It's an extended day with as much as we can provide an experience to our students. So that's definitely a contract that we entered into last week. As far as like additional things, again, my team will continue to look at opportunities, options, but at this time, those dollars that were earmarked, that's what we're going to be doing. We're committed to that. I stated that on the 25th, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll come back to the board as if things change, things keep going. Again, and then the last thing, fundraising, we were specifically talking about fundraising, that this wasn't about a one-year opportunity. This was multi-year. It was not equitable to do this 1 year. We need to continue to fund this, knowing what Director Gregory just stated, and a full board has been abreast of this for not just last year, but in previous years.
Okay, so is the fundraising in the agreement with Kent Schools Foundation, is that an ongoing fundraising that they'll continue to do even beyond this year's camp?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so we can
just got
expect
the
that there's
yes.
going to be like
Yes.
events and.
Efforts are continuing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Clark, sorry, before you start.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you.
All right, so first of all, everyone up here understands that the camp experience is unique and beneficial, and it does things that we can't always do in a regular classroom. So we understand it's a great help in the educational experience. That being stated, this particular time period has been very difficult in terms of just trying to run the regular scheduled demands of a public agency funded from, of course, both the state and the federal government. So let's take the state. The state's running a deficit, and that's exactly why that $800,000 disappeared from camp. Second of all, let's take the federal government. The federal government, of course, appropriates, they start their year in October, and they do, of course, provide 7% of the budget of this district. Now, just as a reminder, they appropriate the money and the president signs off on it, and we build that into our budget with expectations, except for this particular time, when the president made a rescission and held off on the $123 million that he was supposed to be forwarding to the state and sent $21 million. Do the math. It doesn't work. And so, yes, eventually, under great pressure, they did finally release that money, but they have made absolutely no promises in terms of the immediate future. So the result is, we still don't know if we won't get a surprise, but we do know they're promising nothing in the future in terms of anything that we can rely on. Now, we have to be accountable to the public and where the money goes. And we have to provide certain basic things in the education system. The model that the state uses is called the McCleary model. And yes, they are supposed to declare, this is what you're supposed to do, and you tell us how many kids we've got, and we'll allot the money to enable you to do that. Except they don't. And as you've already heard, obviously, the state has shorted us money once again. And we have to basically look at our employees and how we support them in the buildings and do the best we can. But it's by no means perfect. So I don't want any misunderstanding in terms of we're not concerned. We are. But there's also a limit to what we can do.
Thank you, Director Clark. Director Cook?
Thank you. And I wanted to thank President Margell for her voting with me. I really do appreciate it. As far as this goes, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same stuff here. The funds that were held back from the federal government, those have been released. Is that correct? Because, Director Gregory mentioned that Title III funds were pulled. Is that still the case?
Mr. Perringall, can you come clarify,
He's going to come
please?
clarify, but
So I guess the question is, has those federal funds been released? And the answer is no. Federal funds has not been released. The OSPI gave us a go signal that that we are now able to count those money. The money is not in our bank yet, and so therefore the risk into that is that things could change, like we saw in the last few weeks of June and July, when one day OSPI said, yes, we have the money, and the next day we hear that they're going to remove our access to the funds. And then the next week we heard that, no, don't count that money, and then the week after that said, yes, you have the money. See what I'm saying is that decisions are changing week by week. Today, maybe the word is we will have the money. I don't know what's going to be the news next week. And so this is the type of uncertainty that we are dealing with in terms of the federal government. Meanwhile, we here at the school district has to start the school year. We have to allocate funds to our building. We have to guarantee that our buildings could use the money. And so that is the balance that we have to strike every day, not having certainty that I'm going to get the money or we're going to get the money, but yet we have to run the school district.
Thank you, Mr. Perringall.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate that the OSPI is saying that we will get the funds, as is the Attorney General of Washington State, as is 23 other states' attorneys general. So I think it's important that we take them at their word. If we don't, I don't understand why we listen to them at all. And beyond that, when we're saying things like that we can't trust them to provide the money, then I don't understand why we're doing things like this. At this point, it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. We're saying that we have to fundraise for this to even happen, yet we've signed a contract with Waskowitz for an undisclosed amount of money, and we don't know if we can pay it. So I assume we're on the hook for some amount of that if it ends up not being able to be done through donations. Is that correct?
Mr. Parangua?
Yeah, we will pay the bill because we entered into an agreement, and therefore we will pay the bill based on the amount that we raised. As mentioned earlier, that we could count on 65,000 from the credit card rebate. We are working hard to be able to get more rebate, and so that is towards the outdoor ed expenditure. And with our partnership with Kent School Foundation, we are hoping that we will be able to raise the 338,000.
Okay, but if we don't, what happens?
We remain to have obligations, and we will pay the bill.
And how much of that bill will we have to pay, and will we still be going to camp if that happens?
Well, we have the agreement, and I don't think we are intending to breach the agreement. And so we have an agreement, we will stay on it, and we will pay the bill when it comes.
Okay. And furthermore on this subject, why are we asking our community to spend the money? Like we're asking for them to donate to make this happen, right? If we're asking them to spend the money like this, why were they not included in the decision on where we're going to go? We're telling them we want to go to camp, but we're not telling them we want their input on where we go to camp. That seems like a mistake.
I shared earlier that that was my decision to have my team look at all options. I'll repeat it again. The commitment was for that amount that I won't read again, but it was for at least a one-day extended day experience. And as you just heard, we're going to pay that amount regardless.
Director Clark.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I mean, the bottom line is we'll pay our bills. The problem with it is we start to look at digging into our reserves. And that becomes extremely dangerous. That's where you basically blow away the future because you didn't take care of things. And we can't do that.
Okay. I understand that. I am honestly very concerned about the amount of money that we have coming in. I know we have money that is being, I don't know, held up in some way from the federal government because of the administration that we have and what have you. But all of that money, again, comes from our public, whether they donate it, whether they pay it in taxes, whether the taxes are going to the federal government, the state government, the county government, all of the money is coming from our community. It doesn't matter how we get it. Every single dime that we get is coming from this community. And we aren't asking them to help us make these decisions, which means they don't feel like they have, skin in the game, so to say. They're not involved, and we're not asking them to be involved. And I feel like we should be if we're expecting them to come up with $300,000. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like the way that happened. I'm not a big fan of the fact that we had this, school supplies that came up, and that wasn't voted on either. We didn't have that in the budget written as a line item, yet that was able to be come up with. But fifth grade camp is something that we did say we wanted, and that can't be come up with. I don't understand that. It makes no sense. It seems like our board is saying one thing to our district, and then our district does another and expects us to just be like, yeah, okay, cool. And I'm just not okay with that. I want us to be making decisions and for those decisions to be followed. And I understand that maybe we don't have the money, but we have yet to have a single conversation as to what our priorities are for this district to make cuts in. And I'm not saying fifth grade camp is even in that priority list. I am absolutely not. There are far more important things all across the district that I would not cut that I would not want cut to be able to provide fifth grade camp. But we don't even talk about that. There hasn't been a discussion at all about what we are going to cut or what the board thinks is important in this district or what is not important. We haven't had that discussion. I don't know why. But these are all things that should have been done prior to us getting to this point. Sorry,
Vice
Director
President Cook?
Gregory.
Vice President Cook, I do want to point out something. When we had the budget discussion, the several budget discussions that we talked about, we did talk about before any cuts were made going, not for this fiscal year, not the year that we're going into, but when we are looking at the $7.5 million that we need to start trimming, that we would be involved in those discussions, and we added more budget review meetings this year, so work sessions, so that we can talk about what is the district doing, what are they doing for optimization, what are they going to do, and then what's their proposal of those cuts, so we can approve and disprove them to make sure that we're getting public input into those. So none of those cuts will be made, or any decisions on that. They are going to happen this year, and that was communicated to us back in June. Am I correct, Raul?
Yes, that is correct. And if I may, on June 11, the board held a public hearing. Those public hearings were publicized 3 times in the paper, that those are going to be held on June 11. And as I recall correctly, there were no member of the public who spoke about the budget.
That is correct.
I'd also like to add, this is already in our record, the board voted 5-0 to approve the budget with the hearings that Mr. Parengard just mentioned. So there's opportunity there for the budget. A second vote was taken, just to remind our board, and that was that a motion was made and then seconded, and it was to fully pay for all the expenses for 5th grade camp costs. Recall that. And that motion failed 4-0. So that was done by the board. So once again, full budget was adopted. Also, an amendment that was made to do that, and it was voted down. So I just wanted to say that for the record and turn it back over to President Margell.
Director Cook, any other comments about the presentation tonight or questions?
Yes. So one other thing that was brought up by Director Gregory there is that there were no cuts made this upcoming school year, but that is incorrect because 5th grade camp is being cut.
We
so
didn't,
I
let me be
understand
clear.
the money
I'm
isn't
sorry.
there. I
Vice
understand the
President
money's
Cook,
not there.
Vice
That
President
is
Cook,
not our
Vice
decision.
President
We don't
Cook.
get to decide whether we get the money, but we
Vice
do get to
President Cook.
decide whether we spend it.
Vice
The
President Cook.
expenditure is our decision. And whether or not we decide to continue paying for it does not have anything to do with whether or not we come in with that money. We may make that decision based on that, but we are still making cuts based on what we are having come in. And so to say that we are not making cuts seems disingenuous because we are making a cut to a single item, and we didn't have a discussion as to whether that $800,000 should have been discussed in some other fashion to say, well, are there other ways that we could make up that money? And I just don't understand that. But I'm done harping on this. I love 5th grade camp. I think it is one of the most important things that we have here. And it's not because I think kids need to get outdoors or something like that. It is the whole experience. The experience for kids allows them to connect with their peers in a way that doesn't happen in almost any other setting. Having to face adversity together drives connections that can't be made otherwise. I know this from experience in my time in the military. I know it from hearing from these kids, watching them do what they do when they go to camp. And this isn't just 5th graders, this is high schoolers too. So that is why it's so important to me. It is not about the budget for me. It is more important than a lot of things. Is it more important than special ed? No. Is it more important than gen ed? Absolutely not. But is it more important than something else? I think it might be. But we aren't even having that discussion. And it really bothers me that we aren't, because I feel like we should have that conversation. And maybe we do come to the determination that 5th grade camp isn't worth it. And maybe I even come to that same determination, but we're not even being allowed to come to that determination. And that's where I'm upset.
Vice President Cook, I do want to point out, we did have these discussions at the budget meetings where we were presented and told that the $800,000 was cut. And then I immediately got my hackles up and said, how are you going to pay for that? What are you going to do? What is the recommendation? And they came back and said, hey, this is what we can do. Here's how we can fund it. We had those in-depth conversations where we were able to ask those questions in multiple budget meetings. So am I remembering this correctly, that I did state those things and ask those questions?
I remember your conversation there. What I'm
Right.
talking about is we didn't discuss literally a single other option to cut instead of fifth grade camp. It was just fifth grade camp. I understand we lost the funding. I do fully understand that. But we had no discussion on whether or not there is some other component of the $570 million that we have within this school district that we could cut instead. We didn't have that conversation. But I'm done talking about it. I do want to have everyone that can go home.
First, I'd like to give my comments about the presentation. My daughter was part of the one-day extended, and she's a senior this year. And no, it's not the same. This is why there are 3-day camps. This is why there are 5-day camps. It's not the same. But I'm glad that we're doing something. I'm glad that we're being equitable within the district, and that it's not just certain schools that get to go and not other kids, because that breaks my heart too. And I also like that we're thinking about sustainability and the long term, because KSD kids are not just the kids who are here today, but they're the ones that come the year next and the one after that. As somebody generational within the district, I look at that, and that means something to me. So thank you. The only other thing I have to say, and I wasn't going to because it's 8:30, and is I'm a numbers person, so I have to think about this. I'm sorry. When we talk about the percentage of the budget, I have to go here. I'm sorry. We pay our bills. This is why our district is a destination district for people to come and work here and to be part of this. When we make this commitment that we're going to pay this, right? We make commitments to our teachers. We're going to pay your salaries. We make commitments to our custodians, to our building maintenance, all of those things. So when you talk about our budget, you got to take out all of the money that we've already committed to all of these other things. And so then we get down into a certain amount. And then you have to talk about, well, we have to have computers, and we should have probably heat in our schools, and we should probably have gas for our buses. We should probably have some, other, those things. You take all of that money out, and you start getting down to how much is left. That's the money when you start looking at what percentage of it we have left to pay for this. That's the number we should be talking about. That's the number for less than less than 5% of our student population that goes to camp, that we're paying this over a certain amount of days compared to the total amount of school year. Those are the numbers you have to start looking at. And that's what I start looking and saying, is this it? I heard a comment about language in middle school. I agree with you, Director Cook. These are things that we need to talk about. But we have to make these decisions now for fifth grade camp because we have kids this year in fifth grade. And we have to make these decisions right now because we need to probably start sending kids to make sure that we have them all in because, again, equity, and make sure that there's enough time. And we live in the Seattle area, and so there's certain times of the year it's a little bit nicer to go to camp than others. And so we want to make sure that we're within that time period. So when we make these decisions, we are somewhat forced to, in the certain amount of time that we have. We can continue to look at things as we go forward, but the commitment was made for an extended day. We are doing that commitment, and we're looking at it in a sustainable way. We're looking at it in an equitable way. And when we start looking at the percentage of how much money we have left, by the way, it's negative. Because the money that we're paying right now is out of our reserve funds. This is not a positive number we're looking at that we're paying from this. This is going on our proverbial credit card because we are doing this out of reserve funds. And so I have to go back to that for the number. Nobody likes this decision. Nobody likes the budget that we have. And so with that, I end.
If I may, President Margell and board members, thank you for your discussion. I also want to take the opportunity now to thank our staff, Dr. Behringer, Mr. Rissmiller, and all of our staff in TNL and others that are actually in the buildings that are going to make this day happen. Because we're not there yet. There's still a lot of planning to do. The curriculum pieces that are going to be tightened up and those things, we're still working with our partners. It's still going to take all of us to make sure this happens. So I just wanted to thank our team for your presentation.
Thank you. We now move to section 4.02, the outreach program expansion. And again, I move to Superintendent Vela to start us in the conversation.
Thank you, President Markell. I'd like to invite up Mr. Brett. Actually, both Mr. Scribner and Mr. Buzzard. Come on up.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. It's my privilege to be here tonight along with Brett Scribner, our Assistant Director of Capital Projects, to present our plan supporting the outreach program. To start off, I just want everybody to know that this proposed plan is a student needs-based project. So the outreach program has a need for expanded space to serve its growing student population. As you're well aware, the state has mandated that students in the outreach program, in our outreach program, have to stay through the calendar year past their 22nd birthday. Last year, it was to their 22nd birthday, and I know that that was a lot of there was a lot of crying. I was there a couple of days when students were their last days, and I can tell you that it was not a very good scene. And our administrator, Sue Whitehall, is in the audience tonight, and I know she can verify for that. The state also did not provide any funding for this mandate. I got that directly from Mr. Brango, and we have had many discussions about that. So in response to this, they need space. So we are targeting a small renovation at the Green Building that's directly beside the main building to provide an educational and support space for the 26-27 school year. So as we've been talking about managing public funds in an urgent programmatic need, we're going to take the following cost containment measures. We're going to receive and get competitive bids from general contractors. The capital projects team is going to directly manage the asbestos abatement, asphalt resurfacing, flooring installation, as well as the security camera systems. What this does is this reduces the cost of each one of those items by 20 to 30%. If we were to add that to the construction cost with the general contractor, we would pay that markup. The impact of value in budget is going through this through our RFQ process, our request for quote, also using our procurement with interlocal agreements or our cooperatives. So per RCW 3934, Section 3, subsection A, we are able to do that, and that directly aligns with board policy 6220. The alignment for this project will be compliance and updated educational services. It's an expansion for the inclusion of improved student outcomes and a long-term cost efficiency of a targeted capital investment that we made when we bought the Green Building. The capital projects team was collaborative with Sue Whitehall and her supervisor, Jim Show, and they walked the building and they said, okay, what are your needs? As you can see, there were some short-term needs and some long-term needs. With the short-term needs, they can be captured in this renovation. And the long-term needs, they can be captured in this renovation, except for an apartment-like area for life skills. The mission and expectation is pretty simple. Create more flexible space, instruction support where program expansion needs, be safe, inclusive, beneficial learning for all students, staff, and community. And these spaces should be always designed to be constructed with a wide range of flexibility because the outreach program serves a wide range of students depending on their abilities. Here's a current floor plan. I'm not too sure if any board members have been over there or not. I cannot remember. Thank you very much.
I think several of us have. Yep.
So this current floor plan has, and it's the way the building is right now, it has 22 spaces, not including the hallways. Several of them are smaller than the dais that you sit on by 50%. So there's a lot of spaces that can be used for offices, but not a lot of spaces that could be used for instruction or learning. This is with collaborative responses and meetings with Sue and Jim and Brett and his team. This revised approved plan has 17 spaces, which you wouldn't think, oh, okay, you just dropped a few off. But this will give us that piece of ability to remove a lot of those walls and open up those spaces for larger spaces of the building. So as you can see, I'll go back to this plan, and then I'll go to this plan, and you can see the larger spaces that are being created. There's always an opportunity for us to revisit this program and others as we plan for a 2028 bond measure, which could always include an expansion of the main building that the outreach program is in to make sure that all the needs could be possibly done under one roof. So what's the scope? We've been here before. We've talked about this building, iGrad. What can we do? Numbers. So this scope is really just a very minor renovation of it. We do have to take care of the asbestos. And the renovation shown in the plans, parking lot resurfacing, technology, infrastructure, security measures. We're going to freshen up the building. We're going to put new flooring, new paint, and restroom fixtures. So we're down to the rough order of magnitude. So our ROM, this is with soft cost and hard cost. So our design is included in this. Our contingency is included in this. And we're at a cost component of about $895,700. This does include also any of the engineering that had to be done, and this building already comes complete with air conditioning. With that, pretty simple. We'll open it up. Thank you for your time, and Brett and I are here to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah.
Why can't we do the apartment? Is it a cost? Is it the apartment piece?
I believe, and again, operationally speaking, I don't own that program.
Right.
And I know that Ms. Whitehall does. I think it's more, they need the classroom space
More.
at this point in time.
At
That's
this
a
point.
long-term need.
Right.
And we've talked about that, Sue and I have talked about that forever, about having an apartment-like building. Like a 700 square foot, just like you would rent a 700 square foot
Right.
studio apartment,
Yeah. Because it teaches them how to how to get into the restroom, how to cook, how to do all of those things. Do we currently have, I'm assuming in the program right now, we currently have that like split out in other things, right? They're cooking, they're doing those types of things in we just don't have it all contained.
In the main building, when you walk into their multi-purpose room, it's the
Yeah.
middle of the building, has actually residential kitchens on both sides, but they're just linear kitchens.
Got
So
it.
it's just like a galley kitchen.
Yeah.
With a refrigerator, a sink, a dishwasher, things of
So they're
those.
getting the skills, we just don't have it in that setup yet.
And I think if the last time I remember classroom 5 was doing, last time I was in there, they were doing ironing. In classroom 3, they were
Right.
doing clothes folding.
So the classrooms gives them more flexible space to be able to target a skill versus having something contained that they're like, it's stuck into that.
Correct.
They can't, okay.
Sorry, were you done?
I'm done, yes.
Okay, I feel like I'm getting whiplash with this building. This building has had more costume changes than Taylor Swift. And like, I guess, how much have we spent on this building so far?
I'm glad you asked that.
In addition to the proposed spending, like, what is our return on investment on this property?
Okay. So I'm going to start off by going back to the very beginning to let you see that this is a student needs-based project. So this is not a want. This is not a desire. This is an actual need due to the enrollment. I'm going to start with some enrollment numbers from OSPI. In 18-19, it was at 90. It went down the next year to 87, 80, 74, 90, 80, and then 61. Some of these numbers are not reflective because it's only reported at one point in time in October. Sue's numbers actually do fluctuate in times. When some of her students come in, those students may be in a group home, and next thing you know, Sue has got 5 other people trying to get into this program because they're saying, oh, there's this program that you can get into now up until 22.
Right.
So let's go to your costs, because I wanted to share that with you first. The cost right now that we are in this, we paid $1.7 million for the building. If you take the $895,700, and you add that, that will give us a total investment, if this project comes to fruition, of $2.6 million. I'm going to give you I'll give you another piece of information. Been into one of our multi-purpose rooms?
Mm-hmm.
How about Meridian Elementary? Have you been there?
No.
Or Park Orchard? Do you remember which one you were in?
I don't. It was
Okay.
2 years ago.
4,000 square foot building,
Yeah.
same size as this, from ground up, one big room and a kitchen, $5.2 million. With our investment of $2.6 million, the building's already here, it's a student-based need. We're saving the district about $1.8 million by renovating this for that program. The cost of, if we do get this on the bond, if the community does, if we do with our KSD together, that building is going to run us way north of $6-7 million for an addition of what we want.
Okay, because that was my concern. It's like we bought the building around market rate, and now we're investing more money into this. That's going to bring up the total investment into this property to 2.6. What is the assessed value of this building?
I do not have the assessed value of the building. I can get that for you, though. I know that when we did it, we paid just a little over market value for it, because again, when we started this process, the Green Building, the White House, and the church were all a 3-mechanism proposed venue for us. Because in our opinion, in many of us in the district, when we think about coming off of King Kangley and turning on to 111th, if we could own everything from left and right all the way back to the south end of Canyon Ridge, imagine what that is. It's one of the most highly traffic areas. It has a bus stop right in front of the Green Building. There's so much potential in that area, and that's why I am still in negotiations with the church. I want Mr. Fink and anybody, if you're listening, please, we would love to talk to you. And I know that our community is always about that, like, where are you going to get the money to buy it? But it's always looking to the future because, again, our programs need this.
Thought I had one more. Oh, yeah. So the figure that you're presenting, that's just the cost of the building renovation and adaptations. But to run the program, what is that going to cost? When we start looking at cost of materials, supplies, adaptive equipment to meet each individual student needs, is that cost going to be added separately, or is this already funded and provided through other, I guess, buckets of revenue?
So currently, they are in the White House, which is across the street from the Green Building. And they have some of those materials in there, and I know Sue's got a storage room full of stuff that they need. These classrooms, I think, and again, I can bring Sue up. She asked not to talk, but that's fine. I think this is more of a program space for her to be able to do whatever she has with now. It's not incurred cost. There's not, if we need furniture, we have plenty of portables that we can take furniture out of that are not being used. We have plenty of surplus that come in through our distribution services team all the time, and we can take a heavy look at that always to make sure that we are reintroducing furniture that really should not be thrown out, that can be utilized until we can come to a fiscal place in our district to get new furniture.
But do you know if those will meet the occupational needs of the students?
They have those, again, for what you're saying is, I don't think she's adding any extra occupational rooms, OT, PT rooms. These are just going to be for students that could be, they just need more space to grow out and to encompass other areas. And Sue, do you want to
Yeah,
come
let's
up?
have Sue come on up. And while she's coming up, I think your question was, so will that cost any additional to run our program? Is it just the space? So I think that was the question, and I think you can answer that with your allocation.
Thank you. So the program it's a mandatory program. It's mandated by IDEA, by law. And so, and it's really the equipment that is specific to it, and the curriculum is part of our inclusive education. So, so there wouldn't be any additional cost. We're gonna spend that money anyway.
Okay.
It's really just space, and it's space that's safe, where students don't have to cross the street several times each day, close to the main building. So it just improves safety immensely. And then it provides things like offices. Right now, our counselor has a tiny little closet, and I roam around, so it would provide office spaces. But as far as equipment, maybe a little bit of furniture, but I think we have kind of amassed that already. So
Okay.
we are just looking at that building space.
Okay, and then parallel to this discussion, do you know if we qualify for the Dan Thompson Fund to be able to help fund this project?
I've never heard of that fund, but I will look that up.
Okay, because that grant application is closing, and they have 4 tiers. The 4th tier is $500,000. And so I'm just wondering if all of these resources have been looked into. Dan Thompson, that grants is open annually, and it supports anything related to special needs.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Director Cook?
I actually don't have any questions on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. First, on comments on the presentation, I want to say thank you. To be blunt, we asked for something better when the last presentation came out, and we wanted it, and I think we got this. I appreciate the coordination with the TOP program, and what are your needs? And man, I wish I could give you all of them today, right? But I love that we're taking what we have in a fiscally responsible way and coming up with something in a much better product, I believe, than the last presentation we had. So thank you for hearing the board and going back and to the drawing board and coming up with a different option. I appreciate that. I did have just 2 really specific questions. Okay, so, and maybe this is just somebody who doesn't work in this area, but when you say asbestos, that like strikes fear in me. And when you say that we're going to have our KSD employees deal with this, it feels like that there's probably something that you have to like really know about this. And is that knowledge already contained within our district? I'm assuming, but I just need to be talked through this a little bit.
That's an excellent question. Yes, we do have an asbestos team within the district. It's with Director Cook. It's a very small group, but they only deal with very small things. The asbestos that we're talking about would be Brett's team managing the vendor who's doing the asbestos.
Okay.
Getting all the permits, doing that. Yeah, we're not doing asbestos removal.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Exactly.
When I heard you say that, I was like, we're going to do that ourselves. That sounds awful.
Manage
Okay.
it, I'm sorry.
Yep, thank you. And then our top program and the diversity of needs within that program, I see, one of the things I noticed when I was in the building is it was a lot of small spaces and really hard with wheelchairs. It just would have been hard to get there. And also, I believe that you would have, to get from one to the other, you would have had to go through a gravel lot, which is also hard. Can you talk about, there's a difference of being wheelchair accessible and like ease of wheelchair, especially when many of our students that's a need that we have to accommodate every single day. So can you talk about that a little bit and how that went into the plan?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at this plan right here, this is a really good observation if you can. Classroom 1, upper left, 2, and I believe it's 5. If you look at that door right there and just look at another door on the plan, a smaller door, the smaller door is a 3-foot door. Those other doors are 42 inches wide. So it gives you, so yes, we're not opening up the hallway any larger because to do that's going to encroach into more of the, give us less classroom space. But those larger doors going into those classrooms will give Sue's power wheels, that's what I call them because that's what my grandmother was in, it was awesome. And those motorized scooters and wheelchairs a place to be able to go and be able to navigate a little bit better. Front door, this building will be ADA accessible. Even the bathroom will be ADA accessible all the way to the south side. It has one, it's already there. And it'll have a second one, actually. Did you want to add anything,
Could you
Sue?
talk about the parking lot too?
Oh, so the parking lot will be resurfaced. All the gravel that's out there will be removed and it will have a layer of asphalt on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those were my questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
We move on to section 5.0. We have 3 in-person general comments. Because the in-person specific comments have already been moved up, we believe that we have 0 of those. We have an online video general comment. There was none. The online video specific comment, there was one, but we also moved that up earlier in there. And then our written comments, there was one, and I believe it was passed out to the board. So we will start on with our in-person general comments first. The first is Carrie French.
Can I defer to Dawn Land first?
You just want to go second?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dawn Land.
Hi. Hi, my name is Dawn Land, and I wanted to discuss an inappropriate event that happened at Donald Eisman Elementary School in Bonnie Lake. I know that's not this school district. It was a pride event, but it catered to young children. Not just because it was set up on a playground of an elementary school, but also because they had a bouncy house, inflatable hamster balls, and an arts and crafts table. The publicized schedule of events included drag queen story hour, as well as the drag performances, and it ended with a Toddlin' Tots Pride Parade. So clearly, the entire production was meant to draw young kids. This event, officially titled Plateau Pride, was created by the Hope Development Practice through its executive director, Abby White. Abby didn't organize and conduct this event alone. She had help from several people, including her husband, Kentwood High School teacher Theodore White. I'm not sure if the parents of Kent School District are aware of this.
I would just remind our speaker that we can't have specifically identifiable information about KSD staff, board members, or students, so names would be part of that.
Okay, so understandable. So there is a teacher at Kentwood High School that was part of that. So hopefully that is a non-identifying enough or non-descriptive enough. He was very involved with this event, filled with grooming activities for young kids. And he was seen, with a volunteer T-shirt, even participating in the Time Warp dance with the Rocky Horror Picture Show people. There were The audience was in between Drag Queen Story Hour, which was filled with small kids, and the drag performances, where the audiences also included small kids. There were performances by the Rocky Horror Picture Show group, and there were kids in the audience then too. He was, like I said, doing the time warp with the Rocky Horror Picture Show performers. And when the drag performances happened, those were catered to young kids too. So I'm not going to show you both pictures because one has the teacher. But this one right here was just an example of what was going on and how this catered to young kids. This man in a dress performing a song from Disney's Little Mermaid movie being given money from a young girl, just like naked women in a strip club. I mean, it's really, this is grooming. It's not okay. It's not okay for our teachers to be participating in things like that. I can tell you with the overnight camp like that, I certainly wouldn't want to send my child to an overnight camp if this teacher were there, or a teacher like this were there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Carrie French. So I looked up to see if the Kent School Board's got conduct codes for their teachers and their staff. And I did see that there is unprofessional conduct that includes sexual misconduct with students. So since we can't say the person's name, and I'm sure he's not the only one, but this activity that he coordinated, although he did not look like he participated in that, but he did coordinate it. This includes the sexual advances, sexual conduct, indecent exposure, which seeing some of the things that the little kids were exposed to is definitely indecent exposure. And the last I won't say, but it was definitely inappropriate. And as a school board, and I'm a Kent resident, and as a school board, I expect each and every one of you to be very concerned with the protection of our children and preventing the sexualization of children that are very young. So, thank you. Our last speaker is Chad Taylor.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Chad Taylor, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my theater students at Kentwood High School regarding the cancellation of our drama class. I've taught drama for 17 years. This is my 6th year in the Kent School District, and I've been involved in the theater industry for 38. Since Kentwood first opened its doors in 1981, drama has been a proud and consistent part of our school for over 4 decades. It has offered students a space to build confidence, develop creativity, and learn a value of teamwork and expression. This year, the drama class was canceled due to what I was told, reported lack of funding and FTE to a 0.2 of FTE, with 21 students enrolled in my first semester class. This cancellation of electives is driving students to choose programs like Running Start, not because they don't value electives, but because they feel they have no other options if they want to advance academically. At the same time, this affects teachers who are no longer able to teach classes that they are most passionate about because we are forced to combine sections, reduce our class offerings, and the loss of electives diminish us, both students and experienced teachers' engagement, and it weakens the vibrant, well-rounded education Kentwood has always provided. I've never had the opportunity to teach a section of Drama 3 or 4. I've been asked to do all of my things after school that I would be doing in a classroom setting. There are practical and creative ways to address this without cutting programs, possibly a 7-day class period or an AB day schedule could provide students with more opportunities to take electives along core classes and college credits. This approach would give students access to a well-rounded education, allow them to pursue their passions without sacrificing academic goals. I challenge the board to think creatively and act boldly to support electives. I also urge the board to secure funding specifically for performing and visual arts, ensuring that programs like drama and choir remain a consistent and thriving part of Kentwood High School for many years to come. I also want to emphasize that losing the drama class now kills the momentum I have worked hard over the last 5 years needed to build and grow a successful program. Restoring it next year will not immediately rebuild the skills, the culture, or the student interest that has developed over the decades. This is a moment we cannot afford to lose. I am now part of the only school in this district that does not have a drama class. Drama at Kentwood is not just an elective. For many students, it is a place where they feel most seen, valued, and successful. Let's honor this legacy and ensure future students have the same opportunity to explore, create, and grow. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to our Kentwood Theater students.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of section 5.0. I'm going to go ahead and break us for 5 minutes since we have been here since 6:30. So I will see you back here at 9:07. It is 9:07, and we are starting back on section 6.01, our superintendent report, and I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I want to start with some somber news, but I want to do that out of respect to what occurred today. And many of you may or may not know, but our hearts go out today to all of the families in Minnesota for the tragedy they experienced. We extend our deepest condolences on behalf of the board and remain committed in this district to ensure safety and the well-being of our children. So let's continue to advocate for our kids. Thank you. Today is a special day. I want to thank, first of all, President Margell and Director Gregory for joining me today on school visits. I think we ended up going to quite a few. I know I had 8. And I look forward to future days. I know Director Song and I think Director Clark as well went today and possibly some other days. And so it was exciting just to see the faces of our kids. Wow. And our staff, our families, the entire community was so exciting to see come back on this first day. We had the opportunity to talk to staff, families, students, and it was just exciting to be able to see that. So I'm so excited about having to go back tomorrow and take a look at what's happening in our great schools. I wanted to just share a little bit with our board of some things that's been happening over the summer. The first, our leadership retreat, where we focused in August on community building, collaboration, and equity-driven leadership. This was something that we've been focused on for the last couple of years, but more intently working together as one KSD. I also want to thank all of our staff that participated in their in-service days prior to coming back for the first day of school today. What they do in the schools, the office staff, families and volunteers that come in to prepare for the first day is so exciting, and it could not happen without them. So thank you to everyone that participated in the in-service days and helped our staff prepare for this first day. Wanted to update our board of our new advisory program that is for our secondary students. The goal is to better support our students' academic, personal, and future career success. That is something we're going to continue to focus and double down our efforts on. This was done in collaboration with our KEA labor partners. It's a dedicated committee of educators and stakeholders work to redesign the program with a focus on increasing student engagement, preparing learners for graduation and life beyond school. I also want to remind our board that you recall last year there was a work session with our high school principals, staff, and students, I believe, around cell phone use. The cell phone policy within all of our high schools begins this year. And I want you to know that our principals and staff work hard to create and implement it. As you know, there's also state guidance on giving us opportunity to develop our own policy and implement shortly. 75% of our Washington schools will have a policy in place by the start of the school year that limits the use of smart devices during class time. There'll be more information that'll be coming out and posted on each of the high schools' websites as they continue to implement. So more to come on that. The new core supplies. We were out at a building today, and there were 2 staff members, 2 different buildings, that approached, I know me, and thanked us, thanked our board for moving ahead with supplies for every student. They specifically mentioned that they did not have to worry about the inequities and different types of supplies that came into different schools. That didn't mean that they don't still get folks that donate things, but it was good in their minds to think about consistent supplies that they would not have to worry about no matter what their zip code, and I've said that on this dais before. So it was exciting to see and hear that feedback today. Our Kent Schools Foundation, as you heard today, also is alive and well and working on a lot of things, and not only the the fifth grade camp, but also I want to thank them for providing nearly 100 Amazon gift cards for our new teachers to be used to set up their classrooms. So once again, working closely with our KSD as partners. Some IT updates. I want to thank them for preparing approximately over 26,000, I believe, devices, including ones that were used for summer school. So if you can imagine, we have to ramp up for summer school and then ramp up the rest of the devices as we begin our school year. Another shout out to Megan Fishback, achieved a certified school business specialist in Associated Student Body Certificate. We are investing in a skilled workforce, and that was a previous that I shared. I just wanted to bring it back into our forefront. Outdoor education, as you heard about today, I want to focus on the positive, and that is that our board, as a whole, is committed, regardless to what our state did. We're working closely together with the superintendent and his team to be able to provide the best opportunity to experience camp, given our uncertainty that is in our country, in our state, and in our school. And I will say, we in Kent are making decisions every year. This isn't just about this year. This is about years past and the years to come. And as the more we work collaboratively on opportunities in the midst of uncertainty, our kids are going to thrive. So thank you for your support. I also mentioned earlier our teaching and learning staff for their work over the summer, and that required lots of research and things to be able to take a look and provide that kind of recommendation to me so that I could come to the board and share, and again, keep giving you the information as it's updated. So thank you to that team. I also want to share a little bit more about One KSD. One KSD is not just a slogan. We spend time in our leadership team talking about what does that look like if we model it, if we champion it, and if we see it and hear it come to fruition. What does that look like? Well, what that looks like is success for our kids. It looks like what we saw today during the first day of school. It looks like what we'll see, as many of you saw crossing the stage at graduation last year. That's what it looks like. It is our moral obligation to make sure that we are fiscally solvent moving through the future for our kids' sake. And I believe we're doing that. If you take a look at what's happening around this country and different districts in the state, they're not having a conversation about $800,000. I can guarantee you that. They're having conversations about millions of dollars. It's about people. Our budget is more than 80% people, it's staff. And we continue to make sure that we take care of our staff, that we take care of our kids, and that we work with our community to make sure that we are fiscally solvent moving forward on behalf of our kids. Because together, we can make an incredible difference, and we can, again, guarantee the opportunity for our kids to experience success. I look forward to another graduation coming up this June. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Bella. We now move to section 7.0. Our in-person public comments are now closed. Seeing nobody running over there, I call upon Director Clark to give our legislative update.
Be real quick, we had a workshop for an hour today where we as a group looked at the possible positions we would like to put before the state legislature in terms of their funding that will become the legislative program, not just for the district, but for all the school boards in the state of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Clark. I know that you have been instrumental in keeping us up to date with where the legislature is at in the many changes that there have gone. And we know with the upcoming WASDA session that you will continue to represent us well. Our next section is our discussion and approval. Is there a
Move approval of 801 gifts and donations.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. We are now open for discussion.
We have truly had some generous people in terms of trying to support our students in their various activities. Meridian Middle School got from Diane Ogle $16,000 to basically deal with student needs. Springbrook Elementary got from Costco $500 worth of supplies for the students. And the teachers' classroom supplies fund got $1,300 from Catherine Stringer in memory of Kurt Stringer, a former Springbrook teacher. Carriage Crest Elementary, their classroom supplies for teachers also received $1,300. And again, it was from Catherine Stringer in memory of Kurt Stringer, former Carriage Crest teacher. And Kent Ridge High School got from Play On Sports $972 to support athletics, ASB activities and athletics. And the Seattle Aquarium gave $796 for transportation costs for a field trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Oh, motion to approve 8.02.
Sorry, before we move on, I just couldn't, all of us said aye. I couldn't hear. Director Cook, could I hear
I
your
also
vote?
said aye. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I motion to approve 8.02, 2025 to 2026, Washington State School Directors Association voting delegate.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of 8.02. We're now open for discussion.
I would like to do this if possible. Normally, I would prefer to have Director Clark take care of it as he's our legislative representative. But as he's going to be outgoing here shortly, I think it would be good for one of the other board directors to go to get some experience in that space. And so I have the time and I'd like to do it.
You are absolutely welcome, of course, to go to it and listen to it at any time. As our legislative representative, it would be most appropriate to have Director Clark. He is on the board now and in that current role, but any of us are I believe, welcome to join online. It's a Zoom.
It's an all-day Zoom.
It is.
That's fine. One of us has to take over as legislative rep at some point. And so, I would like to get some more knowledge on that. And I'm not saying you haven't done a good job. I would just like to kind of get my feet wet. And this seems like a good way to do so.
No, but there's an open position with an all-year experience coming up.
Mm-hmm. And so that would be our
We aren't required to send our legislative rep, right?
it is the most appropriate, and that's what we voted on at the end of the year, last year for this year's, is to have who our legislative rep was. And so our current legislative rep is Director Clark, and he is currently serving in that capacity.
It seems odd that we're not even entertaining other people, but okay.
But both can go, right?
He can attend, we can only have one voting delegate.
Oh, just one person votes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'll attend either way.
Oh, are we voting on something?
We need someone to make a suggestion of who would
I
be.
nominate myself.
Well, I'll nominate myself.
I just assumed it would be the legislative rep. I thought that was their role, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so who are you voting for?
I just thought it was.
This isn't part of the legislative rep's duties. This is another opportunity to go and do something. It's by no means a requirement that the legislative rep goes. It's just what's been done in the past. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are kind of ignoring an entire year's evolution and all the debates, discussions, interchanges, and lobbying of state legislators that goes into the package that the state presents.
Okay. I don't see why that's a problem, but I understand.
Are we to a place where we could make a decision? Should we just go down the line and say who we would want to be our voting delegate? Again, knowing that all people are welcome, all of the board is welcome to participate at the WASDA. Yeah. Director Gregory.
I would say our legislative rep.
Director Song.
I'll vote for Dawn.
I think we need to have Director Gregory actually state who she's talking about because she just said the name, a title, not a name.
Oh, Director Clark.
Thank you.
Director Clark.
I'll vote for Clark.
Director Cook.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Director Cook.
I'll vote for myself, Donald Cook.
And I vote for Director Clark. So thank you, Director Clark. That's a 3-2. So there's a motion on the floor to approve. Right now, it looks like Director Clark for our voting delegate. Again, all people are welcome. So motions on the floor for approval of 8.02 for the 2025-2026 Washington State School Directors Association WASDA voting delegate. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
I move to approve number 9 consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda 9 in its entirety, 9.01 through 9.09. We are now open for discussion.
I see that all of the foundation's grants are in here, it looks like, or at least the professional services agreements are in here. Sorry, I misspoke. There's 4 different ones. Are there other professional service agreements that we have with other entities, or is this the 4 basically it?
These are the 4 that you're approving tonight.
Okay. And we've had long-standing contracts with all 4 of these,
Correct.
as far as I
Yes.
remember, right?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.09. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. That's not the gavel, sorry. That was my water bottle. Okay. We do have our informational item. I encourage you to look at that. Financials are an important part of our district, and they are included in our informational item to be looked at any time. We have gone through all of our communication. There are no additional items for that for this evening. So we move to our item 11.02, our board reports, and I will start with Director Gregory.
So first, I want to say I welcome everybody back to the first day of school. It was fun to go out with Superintendent Vela and President Margell to a number of elementary schools. We found out that ME means Meridian Elementary and not Meridian Junior High, just to clarify for everybody. It's a side note. I do have one thing I want to talk about. It has come to my attention online, people were talking about improvements. We had the capital team earlier talk about all the things that we have done. And I just want to point out that those are paid for with our levy money. So there was a couple of online posts that I have seen that have come to my attention where we're alluding to we're paying for something and not paying for something else. And I just want to point out, you can always contact the Kent School District and they will tell you, but the money to replace the heat pumps in this building is not coming from our budget. It is coming from a levy that was approved graciously by our voters in 2018, I believe the year is 2018, yes. And they were identified in 2013 as being a priority to be replaced because they were at end of life in 2015, I believe, is 2015 to 2018. So that is a misconception that I saw online. I wanted to address it tonight, that I am very close to looking at what our budget numbers are. Accounting is my second degree, and I like to look at those. So just be advised, if you see anything online, we always want to check our facts and figures, and you can always reach out to the school district. You can look online, and I just want to let everybody know that. So you can reach out and get that information. That's it.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Director Song?
Yeah, also want to say thank you to everybody that's welcome back to this school year, and wanting to also thank Superintendent Vela for shedding some visibility on the events that happened today, especially as we enter the new school year. But with that, I think I do also want to comment on the topic of safety and how I fully trust and endorse and support all of our teachers and staff and those who are employed by KSD to ensure that our students will be safe. And again, thank you to everybody in the audience. I think I would much rather be at home watching Little Mermaid than staying here until 10 o'clock. So thank you all for sticking with us. A couple things. Tomorrow, I'm excited to join some school tours with Superintendent Vela, spending a couple hours with him. Friday, Dr. Behringer, you got me all day, 7 to 2. Number two that I wanted to talk about was this summer I supported the Marine ROTC car wash and got to learn a little bit more about some of the barriers that program is facing. The families have tried to reach out. There's something wrong with the district email because they're trying to email, I'm not getting them, nor is the board. So I said that I would at least acknowledge and bring that to the forefront during today's meeting. So hopefully we can create some, again, more visibility around that as well and the importance of that program. And thank you to the student voices that came today. Also, I didn't see it in the vouchers, but and correct me if I'm wrong, but Mill Creek, I believe, just received a large funding from a celebrity to help fund and replenish some of our instruments. So wanting to at least highlight and give a shout out to that. Also, we're entering Hispanic Heritage Month and also Suicide Awareness Month for the month of September. And then thank you to all the teachers. My company and I also did some of our own fundraising, and I was able to supply 12 different care packages to 12 classrooms. So I got to meet some of the teachers who came by my office and picked up the supplies. I have a couple remaining that I'll bring over on Friday, and so I will drop those off at whichever school Dr. Behringer and I first go to. Otherwise, looking forward to a good school year.
Thank you, Director Song. Director Clark?
Just want to thank my fellow directors for participating in the workshop this afternoon and helping us develop a plan that we can take and share with the rest of the state directors. And just a quick reminder, the state annual meeting is November 20 to 22 in Seattle. Actually, it's usually at CTAC.
Thank you. Director Cook?
Thank you. I thought we had it in Bellevue, though. Was it in SeaTac most of the other times then?
It's moved over to Seattle for this year.
Oh, no, I was just meaning Director Clark had mentioned that it was in SeaTac before. I just didn't know that. I wanted to thank Director Gregory for joining President Margell and myself and allowing the voice of our community to be heard tonight. I know it seems kind of unimportant sometimes that we hear them at one point versus another, but I really do believe that the more we can involve our community in the things that we do and helping us making decisions or even helping us make a better discussion had is important for us and for them. So I just really want to thank both of you for going with me on that. I also want to make a point of fifth grade camp was said to only affect 5% of our students. That's only if you count it for just 1 year. If you count it in every single year, if we were to go 13 years, it would be 100% of students would have the opportunity to go. Now, does that mean 100% of our students would go? No, absolutely not. But I do believe it is one of the very important programs that we have. I wouldn't say it's the most important program, but it is a very important program. I will be meeting with principals again this year. I do plan on meeting with all 44 principals of all 44 schools. I will be adding to that, meeting with all of the heads of departments for our district this year. So I hope to do that first, and then once that is complete, I will go on to all of the principals, and hopefully I'll be able to get that done much earlier than I believe it was March by the time I got it done last year. The next thing is, this is the last thing I want to talk about, is cell phone use in our schools. I know we've had meetings on it before, but we've yet to have policy put in place to kind of guide the whole district on it. And I think it's important that we address it at a district level. And the reason I say that is because it can get very difficult for principals to have to make that determination and then try and explain it to parents why, one school has it this way, another school has it another way. All of our high schools came together and got that done. But as far as I'm aware, none of the rest of the schools have banded together. Maybe our middle schools have done that too. I haven't heard. But I know our elementary schools don't have that in place yet. The other one of that type of issue is a discussion around book banning. I know this is a few years ago that we had that issue, but we still don't have policy in place on how to process a banned book in our schools for our libraries. We do have policy and procedure for books that we approve or disapprove of with respect to our curriculum. That is a different entity altogether. But our libraries still do need that policy in place, because I think it's important that we take a stance that we don't ban books unless we absolutely have to for a very good reason. Other than that, I'm happy that we're back in school. I'm so glad that our students are hopefully having a good time getting back into the swing of things, and that all of our teachers, I wish you well for this upcoming year, and can't wait to see you all as soon as I can.
Thank you, Director Cook. I just wanted to say I've had the opportunity to go to some school visits, and some of the themes that I saw is welcoming back our staff and teachers that have been here for many years. Thank you for your continued years of service, but also welcoming new faces that enrich the schools that we have, and bringing new voices to our staff and their administration. It is encouraging to see how many applicants we are getting for every single role. Again, I said this earlier, but I will say it again, Kent being a destination school district for people wanting to come and work here. So exciting. Love seeing, been on the board now long enough to see where approving budget for things and seeing them come to fruition, some of these big landmark budget items, the D-Wing at Kent Ridge, so exciting to see. And I love seeing things like our developing room. Not only was it thought of how to do different spaces for each of the students in the class, but also making sure that we had a wheelchair accessible spot. And so just impressed in seeing the work that was done, and just love seeing the space becoming much more usable for our teachers and our students. Love seeing old spaces being made new. Meridian Elementary, how they reuse their computer lab. Now all of our students have one-to-one. We don't have to shuffle for half an hour once a week to a computer lab. Now they're on their laptops as necessary. And so that space being used in new and important ways, just really excited to see things like that. Loved seeing our 4th and 5th graders at Sunrise Elementary, their old hats on the protocol of the lunchroom, and first day they were doing it, and yet having really rich conversations with each other, because we know small talk and getting along with your neighbor is such an important skill. And Horizon Elementary, great to hear how they are using the supplies that we have and it was great to see their use of their SC room. So just some of the things I got out of the school visits. I know the time of our administrators, especially at the beginning of school, is so precious. And so I appreciate us making an appointment and being able to have that time with them. And because I know that they have a lot of other people that are calling their attention. So thank you very much for that. I also wanted to call out again our environmental team, maintenance, facilities, custodial. So much work gets done over our summer. So our students and our staff come back to improvements, and it's just the work is noticed and appreciated. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that your teams do. I know sometimes it's maybe not always felt like it's noticed, but we do. And so I appreciate that. I also wanted to say, just as a parent, I know when we get new systems, and I feel this way at work too, you get often the minimum viable product in, and it gets better over time. And I really feel like that is with our systems. I'm finding it much easier to be able to navigate around and find the things I need to find. Thank you for our teams. Whoever makes that magic happen, I appreciate it. Same thing with things like Final Forms. It's pretty slick. It was great in how easy it was to get my students enrolled to do activities and to have it for the whole year, and I could see very easily what to do next. And the communication that I'm getting from athletic programs and from the school has just been really appreciated. I'd also say the same thing with Skyward. Super easy for me to log in as a parent and be able to see what my students' schedules were and where they need to go to for class and what that looks like. And so thank you very much. I also would like to say, I talked a little bit about this school supplies, and when we look at 517,000, man, that seems like a really big number, right? When you divide it by 25,000 plus students, I think that ends up being less than $21 per student, if my math skills are holding out on this one. And I feel like they're pretty good. So I think if I was to go out and buy $21 of supplies, that would get me probably what? A pack of paper, maybe a binder, and some crayons? And
You get more crayons than you would.
I'm just really impressed at the quality, that the communication with the principals and what the students needed, and just hearing Superintendent Bella also mentioned this about the things from the teachers and making sure that there's equity amongst all of our students, that they're getting high quality needed products. And so I'm super excited about less than $21. By the way, I think that that's less than going out for dinner at Red Robin now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The last thing I would like to is, we're going back into the year, some of the priorities that I have. They've been mentioned before, but just want to make sure that we have them. Budget. We are continuing to talk about the budget. We always have. We are adding more so we can make sure that we have input of the board, that we can hear information back from administration, and that has been discussed and put on the schedule months ago, and so really excited to have those going. Clarity and information. We asked for our superintendent to have chats with our community last year. Those are still committed to for this year and are being scheduled throughout the year. And so we know that it provides an opportunity where it's not just being able to have that one-sided conversation that happens at board meetings, but for those question and answer back and forth. And the community that has been part of those has been very appreciative of those. And there really is only one priority, I guess, in the end, and that is our students. That has never changed. That will never waive. And so just know that every single day, every decision that we make is for our students of KSD today, our KSD students tomorrow. And for that, oh, there's a, hold on for just a moment.
Actually, I believe Director Cook made an error, and I'd like Superintendent Vela to discuss how we actually acquire materials for our library to assure their appropriateness.
I think that that's a good discussion. I think it might be a longer discussion than today, and I feel like that might be something that we can add on to a priority for a discussion going on. Is that fair for everybody? Because I would like to give Superintendent Vela an opportunity to prepare and make sure that we have all of that. Great topic. Let's put it on the agenda. Are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, awesome. With that, thank you, students. Thank you for being here for our first day, and we look forward to day 2. It is 9:43, and we are adjourned.